Ladies and gentlemen, Korthia. But before we get into Korthia, I want to show off something very, very quickly because I find this very amusing. In 10 seconds. Yeah, sometimes a good shirt fixes everything. Oh yeah, Josh Strife's face is also more attractive than me. And he's British, so he's got two things up on me. Audio and visual. Check this out. So we've got Horde Runner, who's got like this really fancy golden, you know, he's got the amethysts, he's got the floating disc, he's got like a gem mace, he's got this wonderful Judgment Hammer mace thing going on. And then there's Swift Shot. And the best part is, these two would 100% be friends, right? Like they would be fantastic together. He's 100% younger than me. I'm 42 and a half. I think he's in his 30s. This is just... And Swift Shot's just like, hey! How you doing, buddy? Orton is like, behold! For the Earthen and for Azeroth! And Swift Shot's like, yeah! And your little dog, too! No, wrong thing. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Actually, no. You're the first one, Valerian. Congrats. Yeah, Swifty and Razan. So, last we left our party, we were in Korthia. Well, I usually don't. Once I lock in on a transmog, I very rarely change it. Like, I will set up a suit for, oh, whoops. Yep. I will set up a suit for Retribution, for Horde Runner here. But that's it. Yeah, who's inside Razan? We need to decide that at some point, because that's not Razan. Razan permadeathed himself to empower Vol'jin. Like, Razan is gone. I tend to feel old, not because I actually am old, not because of the daily pains and aches. No, it's because of the fact that I've been doing this job so long, other YouTubers and streamers have started their careers, gone through all of it, burnt out, and left their careers in between the time I have been streaming. Like, in between the time I have been doing this job. And let me tell you, that's a weird feeling.
The archives laid bare.
Oh yeah, so real quick, I decided to give a visual storytelling positive. I forget who was pushing for this yesterday. I think it was Magister, actually. But it's something I did actually... Yeah, exactly. It's something that occurred to me. It's a visual storytelling negative for Korthia. Because everyone is constantly talking about Korthia as the City of Secrets. It's a Drust forest.
I am in your debt, mortal. You must have been sent by Rosuir. I will go to him at once.
Like, if I have to explain that, I can. But you get the idea. This place is, like, even if we ignore MMO scale for just a second, or, sorry, even if we take into account MMO scale for just a second, the fact of the matter is, this... right here. This is not the City of Secrets. This is a Drust forest. Yeah, the Magnificent City. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, the more I look at this, the more I believe this was the Drust assets they've already made for the Thros raid that was supposed to happen in 2 separate expansions and never did. And then they tacked on, like, the tower over there and, like, those floating islands up there. Yeah, they're using what they had, and I get it. But the problem is, one of the things Blizzard has always been really, really good at is visual storytelling, using the backdrop and the trees and the visuals and the brickwork, the doodads, and all that fun stuff to tell the story, to set the scene. And this actively gets in the way of that, because we are actually having a contradiction between what we're told and what we're shown. A truly rare brickwork negative to WoW. I think we haven't given one of those since BC.
Wisdom and knowledge must be preserved. Thank the purpose you are safe. Did the interrogator...
Fear not, Rosweir. My resolve endured.
We'll see. By the way, there will be no stream tomorrow. I actually forgot to mention this earlier. I found this out yesterday.
Is temporary.
Yeah, tomorrow is Christmas.
Experience lasts forever.
So that'll be fun. So no stream tomorrow. Just a heads up.
Dwell not on loss.
While I abhor violence and prefer a reasoned response to conflict, there's no alternative here. In order for Rosweir and us to escape, and I to escape safely, you must deliver a decisive strike to the Mosshorn who have invaded the Seeker's Quarrel.
Adversity will not...
I have no choice but to trust you with the secrets of the Lodestaff. In the right hands, such as those trained of an archivist, the staff can locate influential relics from the afterlives of the Shadowlands. It was split into 3 segments to ensure that it would not fall into the wrong hands. The invaders have found the pieces, but they are not aware of the significance. Recover the pieces, each segment held by a different member of the Mosshorn.
Recover the Lodestaff. We will await you in a safer locale.
Okay. By the way, this quest chain is to unlock a fairly basic grind mechanic. A grind mechanic we've already started getting resources for. Yeah, these inventory spaces right here. This all of these, all 4 of these, separate items, of course, are all Korthian relics, which is the mechanic we're currently in the middle of unlocking. I've also been debating a negative. So I've already given negatives for Overworld, and I think I'm going to give a full triple on that. But to kind of show my work a little bit, because I do like to do that. So Overworld design is a whole thing, and usually it's the kind of thing I talk about in single-player RPGs, but it obviously applies on a zone-by-zone basis to a game like this. Overworld design is about what you interact with when and how, what flows into what insights you see, how you shape the terrain, stuff like that. So to use a good example of bad overworld design, let's say I'm walking on a road. Okay, so there's something in the way of the road. That's fine, I'll just go around it. And we just kind of fall a little bit. Not really a big issue, although the road isn't safe, which is its own irritation, but whatever. Let's say I want to go back the way I just came. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and head back up here. And then go up here. Now, it didn't do it that time. It literally did this. It did this exact same thing just a few seconds ago. There, like that, right there. There's this little dip right here. And this dip screws with pathing. Pathing's the wrong word. It screws with how you interact with the collision box of the world. It literally happened the time just before this. This is probably a better example. This area over here. And there's these little dips all over the place in the terrain, which I get, you're trying to show off a ruin, but it makes it irritating to navigate, especially when you're trying to get from point A to point B. And normally, you could either beeline or follow the road. Neither works here. Beelining just gets you into the usual problem of running into a cliff or a wall, and there's trees absolutely everywhere. And following the road leads you into a direction you don't actually want to go to because the roads aren't actually properly laid out. Look at the roads for a second. Really look at these roads. You notice the roads are also only at the southern end of the island. Down there and right there. There's like a pathway going like here. Yeah, that's not great. I've seen worse zones. 14, excuse me. But like this, it's not great. Point in fact, this is pretty much the same general design as the Churning Mists. The difference, and the thing that makes the Churning Mists better than this, you can fly in the Churning Mists. To use a counterexample, if you want to see a zone that actually does this exact same concept but really well, and Taurus. Not the raid, the zone. The third zone of Argus. The third zone of Argus is extremely hostile and deadly, as it should be. It's the final zone. Pretty much, Flarian. But if you... We didn't show it off as much as I probably should have. Mine is always my enemy. But if we go over here really quick, let's go over here, and then go up here, and then go over here, and then go over here. So if we look at the layout for just a second of this zone, there is actual flow and design to it. We start off over here, no matter what, and we can pop off, and it's hard to see from this map, but there's a path that goes from there up to here, and then up here. That path branches once to go back into the pits, and once to go down to the lower level there. If you go through the pits, there's 3 ways up, which leads you over here, to this area down here, or up to this giant area, which is a huge hub of World Quest, as you can see, tons of stuff up there. That has multiple ways, 4 that I'm aware of, to loop back over here, which loops back to the beginning spot. All of these areas have multiple routes, multiple paths, and multiple vectors in order to get around. There's a flow and design to it. Someone sat down and thought about how you should get from point A to point B. And that's on top of the fact that it's this constant deadly hellscape.
You shall not impede.
I bring that up. I use Antorus, the Antoran Waste, specifically because it's an example of how to maintain a narrative tone, the hellscape, while still having it have good gameplay design. Because I've heard that argument before. I've heard the argument that, well, it's supposed to be uncomfortable and unpleasant to navigate. It's hell! Allow me to quietly disagree with that for the most part. While obviously making the player uncomfortable can be a powerful tool, you don't want to do that, especially in a place that's designed to be in a repeatable treadmill zone, which is what this is, and what the Antoran Wastes were. Both of these zones serve very, very similar functions. Both these are zones you go to go do things while you wait for the next patch. Now, in the interest of total fairness, the actual comparison point would be the Broken Shore, but you get the idea. Start 12 minutes before my old man. This is actually a pretty good example of what I was just talking about. Let's say I want to go up. Okay, let's go back up here. And then further over here. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, now I can make my way back up. Sorry, I'm done complaining. Trump sucks. There we go. Okay. One thing we can all agree on. I like how there's events happening periodically. Speaking of which, another negative I posited for Korthia. Think about, honestly, Dragonflight or War Within when it comes to events and how you can interact with them. There's usually a fairly strong demarcation of, hey, there's an event happening. Let's hang on the rest. Korthia has none of that. There's stuff happening. There's little events. There's occasionally the emote, like you see in the chat, but that's it. Good luck finding it. Nothing on the map to indicate. No kind of event timer. No kind of quest pop-up. No kind of zone indicator. Nothing. By contrast, I actually probably cannot show you right now, but just in case I can. Let's go over here, say. Nope, doesn't show up. I didn't think it would. Oh, you know what? There we go. By contrast, there's an event over there that's happening in 11 minutes. I'm not even in that server. I'm on a different continent from that, and I can still see that in 11 minutes and 22 seconds. There is an event happening, and it starts right there. But I can't see events in the zone I'm currently in. I do like their disguises, by the way. It's just in the rock.
Power must always be tempered by wisdom.
You bought us the moment we needed to make our escape.
Adversity will not impede.
Oh, I cannot fully describe the relief I now feel now that we have the lodestaff.
Pain is temporary. Experience lasts forever.
Normally, we would infuse the lodestaff with energy from the Nether Star, another relic node. Regrettably, that's not an option, but in a pinch, anima is an acceptable substitute. Take the lodestaff, brandish it near recently slain devourers. Okay.
Adversity will not impede the purpose.
We can restore the functions of the lodestaff, but it will require the wisdom of the archivists. Not just me, but the archivists who have come before. They were laid to rest near here. Given the scale of the destruction of Korthia and the likely possibility this destruction will continue, this may be our last chance to visit their memorials before they are irrevocably ruined. Visit the archivist memorials. Take Suir with you. He may take note of their messages before they are lost.
Pain. Heed the words of the archivists, Rosuir. The staff requires both anima and wisdom to function.
Even devourers serve the purpose. We will reclaim the anima they feed upon to empower the lodestaff.
You know, that would be an interesting plot thread. The purpose that the devourers serve. But no. Let's just have them as generic bad guys in the background and never do anything with them. You've already seen all of the lore that exists for the devourers as of this moment in time. In fact, I think we're done seeing them as, like, story threads. Pretty sure no dungeon or raid has them henceforth. I can double check that. Let's see here. Yep, that's just a whole bunch of Mossworn. And I think this one had something. Nope, I'm wrong. This one. No, still not. Alright, whatever. Yeah, we already passed Nathria, though. So at this point, like, we're kind of done with them. Kinda, yeah, Valerian. The Devourers actually have some interesting concepts behind them that they will never follow through on or use anything in any way, ever. I wouldn't be surprised if we literally never see the Devourers ever again. And I'm kind of okay with that. I'm not okay with that. You know that's true, Xavier.
I have read stories about this archivist.
History forgets far more than it remembers.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? A universe divided cannot withstand the Devourers! It's the Tyranids, oh my god. I mean, I know we have the Zerg Swarm, but no, it is just straight up the Tyranids now. It's just the Tyranids. They just show up, eat things, make gene cults, you know.
I have read stories about this archivist. A secret is only as powerful as those who fear it.
I'm gonna admit I don't actually like the Tyranids overall. We'll see if my opinion holds when we get to Space Marine 2. For about 5 minutes before we start fighting Chaos instead. Look, at least we get 5 minutes of something before chaos shows up. That's something, you know? Sometimes it's 3 minutes. Sometimes it's 0. Hey, Ben One Eye.
Please.
Seek wisdom, but never covet it.
Any 40k people in chat can answer Spartan's question? Because that actually does sound familiar, but I might be thinking of Space Hulk, which is a game. Which I also haven't played, I've only heard of. Point being, I have no idea what I'm talking about. The fact that I can admit that is why you know I'm not a politician. Oh, Magister. It's terrible. Here's my favorite part. You see this? You see this? Like, think about the flow of this layout, okay? Let's actually talk about overworld and quest flow for just a second, okay? So we started right there, okay? There was a thing to get... Hang on. Get a better position here. The thing to get right here, okay? And that led us up. We went up and around, got a second wisdom thing. Kept following the upper thing and got all the way up there to get a third thing. Nice flow and path up the hill. Then we have to go over there. There's no smooth path there. Now, there is a path there. It's over here. But you don't even notice it unless you're actually really paying attention. And so you just stare at this cliff hole like, and then you just start going around the mountain. And if you happen to go around the mountain the wrong way, then that sucks. And you've just wasted your time doing nothing. It's not a huge waste of time. It's only like a couple minutes. But it's a couple minutes of literally just, where am I going? When you could have just made a pathway across or moved this node over to that hill. Like, say, down there maybe. Nice conclusionary point. Give us a nice spot to see, like, the city in the distance. And then we go back and turn it. Boom, done. You can almost had it loop. Now, I'll tell you what this is. And I've been looking at this whole time. This looks like a raid. Up at the top of this hill, you notice there's like that winding path at the top. That feels like a boss would be at the top of that. And then there'd probably be a boss over here, and probably one up top here. We'd probably enter from up here. You get the idea. Like, it feels like most of these areas are things where you'd be fighting trash up to a specific spot. In a raid, these kind of paths are a little bit more swallowable, because there's things that guide you in that direction, right? There's trash mobs, there's a boss indicator on the map, there's, like, inclinations of do it in whatever order you want to. Yeah, like, exactly as Miristar. Or Tazavesh, like the dungeon we just did. So, you know, you go up there and you fight a bunch of trash, and there's a boss, like, at the pinnacle over there.
I have read stories about this archivist.
Knowledge is nothing without understanding.
Sorry to keep bashing the worst zone of the game, but, you know. A friend of mine was asking, like, why do you think this is the worst zone of the game? And rather than talk about the zone itself, because I haven't actually reviewed that yet, I talked about what was going on in the offices at this point in time, and they were just like, holy crap. How did the company survive that? And it's like, well...
Dwell not on loss.
Luck.
Focus on what remains.
And a few individuals in the office who really, really wanted Classic. Oh, yeah, no. We keep talking... It is a theory that this is the Drust raid, that this is Thros. But let's be clear. There was a Drust raid. And Blizzard's art department makes stuff before anybody else. It's one of the very first steps in their development pipeline, is they make the assets, and they make the terrain, and they make the zones, and then they come back through and they add doodads and NPCs and triggers and quests, right? So, it's extremely likely that they did make a zone for Thros. And that's why I think it's likely that they then repurposed that zone for Korthia.
It is tragic that so many loyal archivists are no longer with us.
They served the purpose as intended, and their wisdom aids us still.
So anyways, let's talk about bad quest flow.
In time, you will understand.
So let's follow what just happened. We start here, we go up here, we go up here, We go up here, we get lost for a second, and then we go up here to this island. Now, do you see where our next objective is right there? You already know what I'm going to tell you. Because we then had to backtrack over here to turn in, to then go back up that hill. Now, it's a different path up the hill. But it's up the same damn hill. Why not? And WoW has been doing this since Cataclysm. Why not have a thing right here where the NPC roams up and is like, hey, what's up? You found the things. Cool. Quest turn in. Next objective, go further up the mountain path. Like, this is at this point almost a decade old of game design that they didn't do here. Yeah, Blade's Edge was mostly arduous to navigate. Up the ramp, down the ramp, up the ramp, down the ramp. Or Dragonfly. But remember, and we established this very, very, very early on, we decided to consider Dragonflying as existing when it came to the purposes of review. Because even a brand new player will have access to Dragonflying very, very early. So we can bypass a lot of bad zone design. You cannot fly in Korthia. This is even a nice shot. Check it out. Nice big shot of the maw over there. I've always liked the idea... Sorry to derail for just a second. To talk about a good zone. I always like the idea that all of the maw looks like that. You notice it's all slanted up towards Torghast. The idea that all of the maw is being like slowly pulled in, like Torghast is a black hole, and it's just very, very slowly yanking it all in there. Just, I don't know, something cool.
Power must always be tempered by wisdom. Pain is...
All our effort has led us here. With the combined wisdom of the Archivist and a little help from an Earthen Paladin, we will attune the Lodestaff to the relics we seek. Should we succeed, we will have what we need to reestablish the Archive. Our sacred work can then continue.
And take your place at my side, mortal. Fueled by anima and guided by wisdom, the Lodestaff will lead its wielder to every relic the Archive has ever held. Our sacred purpose shall continue. Archivists of old, give unto the Lodestaff all of your knowledge. Though your echoes will be forever lost, your sacrifice shall never be forgotten. Archivist Rojema! Archivist Roluda! Archivist Rokiel! Archivist Roma! And Archivist Rosanara! May my wisdom provide guidance in our darkest hour, so Korthia might once again witness the dawn.
Rosanara, no! We need you!
For the purpose!
I do kind of like this arc narratively. Ultimately, it's about the burning of Alexandria. Lost history. And what's happened here is, supposedly this is a city in which there was tons and tons of First One attendants who were here to, you know, retain and endure across the millennia, to maintain all of the history and records and knowledge that they had here. And then the jailer found it with his chains and yanked it up here and is just destroying everything. One thug with a torch is permanently destroying knowledge. It's an interesting idea. They don't do much with it, but it is an interesting idea.
Trust in the purpose.
So much has been taken from us, and yet due to Rosanara's sacrifice, there is hope.
Follow the purpose.
I will head to the Keeper's Respite, where there is still some semblance of safety. There we will establish a new archive. Meet me there when you're able. I hope we can count on you again. We will have need of your assistance in the future.
Seek out knowledge wherever you go.
You know the really sad thing? I just realized this. By what is probably complete coincidence, the 2 attendant zones suck, gameplay-wise. Oribos and Korthia. We walk back. The more I look around, the more I'm convinced this is at least partially the Thros thing. I mean, just look at it. Actually look at it. Like, the only things that aren't... Here, if I adjust the screen here a little bit. The only things that aren't Thros on the entire screen right now are these doodads right here. And those are placeable doodads, so, yeah. I bet I could find a shot which has nothing that isn't Thros in it. Yeah, there you go. Boom. That shot right there. Now, what's interesting is that could have even worked. Rather than make this Korthia, just make it Thros. Now, I know what you're about to say. Well, hang on, Lore. Why did he bring... You know, maybe... Why would he bring Thros out of the in-between into the Maw? To the answer to that is, of course, well, to answer it, we have to understand why he brought Korthia into the Maw. And the answer to that is, I have no idea. I don't remember. I really don't remember the plot around this part.
If you have something to say, then say it. All I did was for the Sindori.
Oh, goody. Anima. Like, I really actively do not remember what we're doing here or why. Or what the jailer cares about. Like, he just wants the sigil, right? Like, that's his current main plot this week. So... why does he care about Korthia?
Welcome to the Archive. What remains of it?
Scholar Rosuir, as my echo fades, I leave the Archive in your care.
There must be someone else. I am not ready.
Yes, you are. Far more than you realize. From this moment forward, you are the Archivist of Korthia. Retrieve the relics, restore the Archive, and place your trust in the mortals who seek to aid you.
I will do what I can, Rosanara. May the purpose guide us.
Purpose guide you, Archivist.
Yeah, that's weirdly legit. And voice acted. The hell? Also, I just realized that's another negative to story. So hang on. His ploy, his plan, is he needs to start the Burning Crusade in order to make sure that the Titan of Death gets destroyed in a way that ensures that... So he has to start the Burning Crusade so the Burning Crusade can be defeated, so that he can stun the Arbiter, so that he can then pump tons of souls into the Maw, so that there can be an anima drought, which can then lead to a massive hoarding of anima, which is causing an anima drought. Whatever, we already know there's 2 droughts. And then dump all that anima into his realm, because he convinced Denathrius to work for him, because his dick is just that big. Hang on. And all of this was so he could get the sigils, none of which is required for him to get the sigils. So he can go and actually then obtain access to the Sepulchre, because he wanted to get the sigils originally, remember. The reason he was banished the first time was he tried to get everyone's sigils, and they defeated him, so he couldn't get them. So he obviously already knew where the Sepulchre was, because he already was up the get the sigils step. So now he's at the get the sigil step again, but now he doesn't know how to get to the Sepulchre. So he needs to steal Korthia, in order to get the knowledge to get to the Sepulchre, which he already has basically all the sigils of. And his goal is eventually to rewrite reality once he's in the Sepulchre. Oh yeah, he also used to be the Arbiter. Sorry, it's not even implied. He used to be the Arbiter. The artificial Arbiter was built to replace him, which means the Eternal Ones have the ability to make another Eternal One, which is another, huh?
We have a solemn responsibility.
Let us continue our work by retrieving the most important item of any scholarly study, the Lost Codex. It will take some time, but as we continue our work, the pages of this work will continue to grow. Let me read that out loud again. It will take some time, but as we continue our work, the pages of this work will continue to grow and flourish, just as Korthia itself has for eons. That's a weird sentence. As for its location, it previously resided deep within the underbelly of Korthia itself, inside the Cavern of Contemplation. We can only hope the Jailer's forces have yet to find it.
May you return with knowledge.
Much was lost when Korthia was pulled into the maw. Priceless relics were torn asunder. I have seen creatures carrying the remnants of these items. They must be recovered. Confront the Jailer's forces and search what remains of Korthia, these fragments of her once glorious fall.
Memories are fleeting. The archive is eternal. Restore the archive. Fulfill the purpose.
Yep.
A true scholar studies all. Seek out knowledge wherever you go.
This is how you upgrade equipment.
Knowledge
Wow, yeah, this really is just the prototype of that, isn't
is
it?
both a burden.
And yeah, it even costs catalog research. Wow. So let's abandon that quest and never look back. Yeah, he's going to rewrite reality because a cosmos divided cannot withstand what is to come. If you want more than that, it doesn't exist, Loke. In the Chronicles book, several of us, myself included, were curious if they were going to flesh out his motivations at all. And the answer is no. Bajillions of years ago, he saw that the cosmos was wrong and was going to fall before the great threat that was coming. So he tried to steal all the sigils so he could unite all of reality under his will in order to withstand the great darkness. And then they rejected him, so he spent the entirety of the rest of the last bajillion years trying to get back to that point, which is where he's at now. That's it. That's his plan. I'm not saying every villain has to have, like, a lot of depth or complexity to them, you know. When your plan is, I need to unite all of reality under my rule, maybe have something there other than, because otherwise we're all doomed. Not because we're all doomed because of a specific reason, because remember, there is no specific reason given. It's just, I must unite, or else we are all doomed. That's it. That's the extent of it. No one else put any additional thought into it other than, we are all doomed. The best part, thinking about it, is it's almost assuredly the Void. It's just the Void again. And that's the problem. That's almost assuredly, I hate to repeat myself, why they didn't just say, we must be united against the Void, because we've been dealing with the Void since vanilla. That's old hat. Yep. You don't understand. There's this greater threat out there. Yeah, the Void, right? Well, yeah, how did you know? Dude. First time? You mean? And so you get the very strong feeling, I get the very strong feeling, that they wanted to have a bigger, more deadlier Void in the background, but they hadn't thought of it, or they couldn't think of it, or they wanted to keep it vague so they could abandon this plot there and never go back to it. So instead it's just something. There's something out there. Yeah, the Voidier Void, exactly.
To the archive.
We must stand united against the Voidier.
Memories are fleeting. The archive is eternal.
Yeah, there's this Lavos' cry that keeps happening in the distance. It's weird. It's Void Plus. Or would that be Void Minus? Yeah, then we'll have Void Plus Plus. Then there'll be Void X. You don't want to deal with Void X.
Trust in the purpose.
Okay.
Restore the archive.
Done with that quest chain. You have inventory. Yeah, you have to get to Void plus 4. That's when Voids really get started. Yeah, so I've pointed this out several times. The jailer really is an obvious example of someone not knowing what to do with their big villain, so they just made Sargeras again. But, like, terrible. And even Sargeras, if we're being completely honest, isn't that great of a villain. Like, I think he works for what he's there for, and I think he does what his purpose is in the narrative. But when you already have a relatively weak villain and you make a weaker version of that villain, you have a problem. So I'm just gonna pose here. Do some stretches. I'll be right back. I mean, I would say Illidan is definitely a villain. He's a villain who happens to be on the good guy's side, but he's a villain.
I will aid you as best I can.
Okay, we did it. We did the Go Do Dailies quest.
We all.
So let's see what the next step is. What was all that nonsense? Oh my god. Okay.
I remember you.
Your presence here fulfills an ancient prophecy. I am certain you and your allies will save us. Perhaps I judged your broker friend too harshly. She did escort you to Korthia, after all. Please extend our thanks to Venari and let her know we are happy to answer her questions. She does seem to have quite a number of them.
Be well.
Nice cave.
Have you come to trade? Or to
Thank you is polite. A favor is better.
discover more secrets?
Korthia is ripe with opportunity. Look at all these intriguing objects. In anticipation of such wonders, I have come prepared. Let's find suitable location and establish a more permanent connection with this place and my refuge. Oh, we're about to unlock the flight path.
I will detain you no longer. We have need of open space, but not too exposed to prying eyes. This will do. Now, Moonwalker, kindly activate the device with a touch of your anima.
Come on, Grubby. We got this.
It worked. As I knew it would, of course. Oh dear, I seem to have left my bag in that musty cave. Retrieve it from me and we shall depart.
You know, I've been thinking on this for a while. Just in WoW, I still think Garrosh is the best villain we've had in a long time. Not
Hurry on
counting...
now. We have much...
Oh, hey, it's the quest Bragan was stuck on. Not counting Dragonflight or War Within. Just the stuff up to Shadowlands. Who? Von Falkenstein? Swiftshot's trying to host parties with Revendra. It's a whole thing. And Silverfur is trying to rescue Jaina and Thrall from the Maw. Never Rip's pieced out. She's done. She's just like, yeah, okay, I'm good.
There you are. I trust my bag isn't too heavy for you. Come along then. We have much to do. Do you feel the maw tearing at your mind?
Well, we didn't have the Bragwin bug, thank God. Interesting.
A very profitable effort indeed.
Yeah, exactly. Magister and his Mirror both basically said the same thing. We're still building up the villains of the recent expansions, which is good. Oral sequencers and an ethereal cloak. You hang on to those. I have a suspicion they'll prove useful. Ah, and something for me as well. If I'm not mistaken, and I so rarely am, this is a projection mechanism. Very handy. And what's this? A transportation device of some kind. We should test it immediately, and by we, of course, I mean you.
Will that be all, Mo Walker?
Wait, the bag you had me carry wasn't yours?
This is no time for idle chatter, Mo Walker. Come. We have much to do.
So Bragan was doing this exact quest, and she'd go through that teleporter, walk up here, and it wouldn't let her turn in. And she just had to abandon it and do it again, abandon it and do it again, like, according to her, 40 times in order to get this to work.
You were transferred, yes?
Yeah. Could you, are we,
Interesting. I've made an adjustment to the device to modify the destination coordinates.
You know, ironically, I actually like the Maw when it's overrun by troops from the Four Covenants attacking it. Because now, you notice the Maw is completely different. Every area that used to just be Maw-sworn has Kyrians, or Maldraxi, or Venari, or Constructs, or whatever just fighting there. And I like that. It rotates based on the current event. Yeah, right there. It looks like we're currently with Ashton. But yeah, it feels like a battleground, and that's cool. It's a nice way to flesh it out more. Oh, thank you, Ect, for the sub, as always. I will jot that down. I won't even put it into dealer's choice. I'll do it right now. I'll do it live. Boards. The Nest block. 4 Heroes of Light, and the SNES block. Yeah, I remember the assaults were decent, and I actually did several of them.
Yes. This projection device is already proving useful. Now, about that travel attempt of yours. Do try again.
Okay. I am your sworn to carry your burdens.
Ah, my new partner. Let us see how
See you
long
around, Luke.
you last.
Have a good day at Wake.
Procure something of value.
How fortuitous. You just happened to transfer to a location which I have a certain interest. 5th. It's always on the 5th act. Place the oral sequencers I gave you, and I will attempt to establish a functional signal. Such a perilous location will require the utmost discretion. You will want to use your ethereal cloak to avoid being seen.
Do not look for discrete locations that are near creatures of interest, but not in plain sight of them.
Oh no, I'm actually looking forward... I've been looking forward to covering Korthia for some time off the deeper end. You don't just say something like, this is the worst zone of the game, and not, like, anticipate that, you know?
Ah, I am receiving. The signal is very poor. Find a new location to relay.
That being said, I am glad we're past the Covenants. It was the biggest question mark for me in this entire campaign, and I'm glad that we're past that, because now we're back into very known territory. I don't know how long Korthia is going to take. I remember it being simultaneously very rushed and slow. And that's pure, like, memory, so who knows.
Better, but still distorted. Try another placement at a lower elevation.
I mean, I do like stealth things. Or I can just go there.
Interesting. Are those glittering objects feathers? I trust you are not followed.
It is as if I am right there with you, exploring, with no risk to me.
Trust not what you see.
Perfect. Their secrets will soon be mine. Pardon me. I meant to say ours.
Procure something of
I
value.
have seen many ebon wings in the Maw, but never brilliant golden ones. Now that the oral sequencers are relaying information reliably, we should discover the source of these feathers. Follow the trail, Mawwalker. There's a mystery here and very likely profit. Gold has value where you come from, does it not?
Do not draw the jailer's eye.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Is it?
At last, I knew that help would come.
Danica? Thank you, Sturdy Reluctance. Always appreciate you. Give me a moment. I will jot that down for Jedi Fallen Order, Mass Effect, Andromeda, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Are you worthy of Odin's gaze?
Nope. My heart rejoices to see a noble face in this realm of nightmare.
Strive to be worthy. May Odin's gaze give you strength.
Remain quiet. We must not attract attention. Many of my sisters have already been lost. It will soon be my turn to perish in that witch's vile ritual. Release me from this cage, and I'll see us both to safety. Keeper Odin must be warned of this foul betrayal. Odin, the Mossworn called Gelrun holds the seal that will free me.
Glory to you on the battlefield.
Glory to Odin. Yeah, hey, Valkyr. And Helya is re-entering the narrative for the third time total in Shadowlands. Yep, here comes Helya with a steel chair. Oh no, they saw me.
Glory to Odin.
This is no fate for a Valkyr.
Strive to be worthy.
I will tell the tale of your noble deeds. Your actions will be remembered.
May Odin's gaze give you strength.
I mourn the loss of my sisters and desire nothing more than to avenge them, yet I know I am no match for the witch's magic or her army of Mossworn. We must let her wisdom guide us and fly away from here. Though I am weak from captivity, I have the strength to bear you from this place.
Glory to you on the battlefield.
Wait, nah.
Did you really think you'd escaped my notice? So naive. So blind to Odin's failings.
Lady, you worked with the jailer.
Stand for this, and neither shall I.
Your defiance is meaningless. I already have what I need.
Seriously, you're working for the jailer. You have no room to say anything.
Ritual nears completion, and Hilda will soon rejoin her sisters.
Now bear this message back to your master, little bird. May it taste like ashes in his throat. Snyder, see them out!
Hold tight, friend.
Wow, that was an extremely pointless cutscene. Also, how is Helya alive? We killed her in her domain. Do they ever explain that? Hang on, hang on.
I was uncertain that I'd ever set eyes upon the glory of Odin's Hall again, Mawalker. My poor sisters.
Wow, there is no explanation for it. There is no explanation for it. She just, we kill her permanently in her realm, and then she's serving the Mossworn and the jailer in the Maw. That's it. That's the explanation. Okay.
I serve Odin.
I wonder what this is like on a warrior. When the fate of my sisters, when the first of my sisters went missing, we were concerned. Those sent to find her did not return, nor the next. What we discovered is a dreadful betrayal of someone we once trusted. Come, we must tell Odin what we have witnessed in the Maw.
Strive to be worthy.
Okay.
Odin, I bring before you this mortal. the Mawwalker, whose valor freed me from dire captivity.
Welcome to my halls, noble one. Danica, tell me of this victory and the foe that would dare imprison one of my Valkyr.
My sisters and I were ambushed by Mossworm, who serve Helya. Only I survived. We come bearing a message from that accursed witch.
I will twist every Valkyr you send, Odin, just as you twisted me so long ago. Your own eye betrays them all. Such sweet irony.
She dares? By my beard, Helya will answer for this.
But sure he has. Okay.
What victories do you bring?
Helya's gone too far. All the other horrible things she's done since, you know, the 16,000 years ago or whatever, that's all cool. But this, oh.
Remember, life is nothing without valor.
I will answer this attack upon my Valkyr with relentless fury. You have a vital role to play in this. You must muster the courage that you have demonstrated this day to lure my eye to battle. But first, a simpler task, the creation of the horn that'll summon my wrath.
May your battles be glorious.
I have seeked for more Valkyr to join Danica in the battle to come. You are granted the honor of choosing the most worthy. The strongest will present themselves and challenge at the Circle of Glory.
Bring us after her defeat. I thought we'd seen the last of Helya's treachery. But her venomous words and deeds never cease to vex me.
Why, Mr. Red? It's immediately after the Helya negative.
All-seeing eye has been twisted into a weapon of darkness. This insult cannot stand. Danica, become the instrument of my wrath. Fight alongside this mortal champion and claim victory in my name.
It will be done, great Odin. I vow to avenge my sisters.
I just realized why this is a step too far for Odin, and actually it is fully in character for him. See, he's not pissed that Helya's converting the Valkyr, or still exists, or is evil, or is working for the jailer. He's only mad about one thing. The misuse of his eye. His eye. And that is very Odin. Yeah, by the way, he literally bargained his eye away a bajillion years ago. To a Loa.
Glory to Odin!
Oh my god, it's one of these. Okay, I'm ready. Powdered flux. Why are you doing a sideways attack on an anvil? That looks extremely strange. I guess, woo. What in the world? Oh, I guess it worked for him. Whatever.
Good, you are here. Sound the horn of challenge to begin.
Okay.
Another seeks to claim their glory. Prepare for battle!
I don't have to kill these people, right? Right? Like, I don't have to... Okay, thank goodness.
Well fought! You are chosen to serve Odin's wrath. Go now to his side. Another seeks to claim their glory.
Why are the winners the ones who lose? Is this an I'm bleeding that makes me the victor situation?
Well fought! You are chosen to serve Odin's wrath. Go now to his side. Another seeks to claim their glory. Prepare for battle!
This is the same fight 3 times in a row with the same dialogue 3 times in a row.
Well fought! You are chosen to serve Odin's wrath. Go now to his side. I am Valarjar.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know how long 9.1's actually going to be. I too am worthy, Majesty.
May your battles be glorious.
The horn has been forged and the worthy selected. Now, we have only to bind my chosen Valkyr to the horn and infuse them with power.
Remember, life is all attend me. Behold the Ilska horn, crafted in the fires of my forge, and imbued with the bone dust of heroes. When Ilska horn's voice calls my chosen Valkyr, my eye will be compelled to focus upon them. Danica, you shall lead. Become the wrath of Odin, and embody my fury. Wield my rage against my enemies. Mortal, you will bear Ilska horn to the maw. Give it a voice to pierce the veil and unleash my vengeance.
You know, I'd like to be mad about this, but at this point the maw is literally a revolving door and people just waltzing in and out all willy-nilly.
Have you brought...
Never explained, by the way. It's just how things are now. The name of this quest is Moss Planing. There remains one task now before the glorious battle can begin. The horn must be anchored to the maw so its voice may pierce the barrier that surrounds the foul realm. How this can be done I do not know. Seek out one who understands the mysteries of this place. Surely they can guide your hand. I'm sorry, that's actually worse. Odin's like, okay, so here's the deal. I don't know if you can actually get my Valkyr down there, but if you can, here's the horn to summon them once you do. Bye. This is your problem to deal with. Bye. You're not worthy. Bye. I can't wait to kill his ass someday. Ugh. Again. Like, I beat his ass in the Warrior Quest chain. I beat his ass in the dungeon. I beat his ass in the raid. But his ass just keeps coming back. It's so horrible. It's America's ass. Oh, right. Yeah, Liberation of Ulduar. Oh, I already was up. God dang it. I couldn't even tell. Speaking of the Skyhold jump. Oh, no, hang on. Does it want me to... Ah, whatever. Let's just do this. Listen, Venari, hear me out, okay?
All mysteries will be revealed. What an admirably specific question, the answer to which I can only hypothesize. I will detain
It's quite
you
an instrument you have there. It seems the golden feathers were worth following. You owe me yet again. No, now you owe me, because I just had to deal with Odin, and that's your fault, Venari.
Return only if you must.
To anchor the instrument to the maw and make it capable of the effect you seek, it must be imbued with the raw, unfiltered agony endured by the souls trapped in this cursed prison. Sorrow is abundant here, and therefore simple to obtain. We only travel to Gorgoa. The damned shed copious tears that fall as crystallized grief as they are swept along the river of souls. Be careful that their sadness does not overwhelm you.
Trust not what you see in the maw.
I am no musician, though I have spent many an hour enjoying the entertainment in Tazavesh. And giving this horn a voice will require the harvest of strong emotions. Anger seethes unrestrained within the damned unfortunates consigned to the river of souls. Use this siphoning device to drain the rage of these furious shades into your instrument. The shrieks of fury... This feels very, very immoral. The shrieks of fury that you acquire should allow you to pierce the maw and reach your allies. The tune, I suspect, will not be a popular one.
Just to the river of souls you must go. Gorgoa flows through the maw, delivering damned souls to their fate. I must ask you to brave its perils and bring me remnants of the spirits that linger there.
So, yeah, I was gonna say this. Excuse the exact same joke. I've heard of drinking the tears of your enemies, but Jesus! Question? What does any of this have to do with anything? Like, why is... okay, I'm sorry. Here, yes, please, thank you.
Hello. No in service.
Thank you for the drink. Appreciate you. Thanks, guys. Yep, killing the eye of the jailer. Something I remind you, we do in the raid. That's a bit of meta-knowledge, but seriously, we're not going to kill the eye here. We're going to kill the eye in the raid. The boss is in there. Oh, yeah, this is where I want to be. Yep, this is my life. I like going to what is arguably the single individual worst spot in the entire game and just questing here. This is fantastic. Yeah, remember, the mechanism of death is still broke. Even though the drought has been saved, even though one of the sources of the drought is fixed. one of them isn't. I don't know at this point. Let's just move on. Work. Have to be alive? God damn it. Okay, fine. Yeah, I know. I said it before, I'll say it again. 9.1 is the actual worst period of time for all of WoW's history. In the office, in real life. Why does a quest item that you want to use multiple times in a few seconds have a cooldown? Seriously. Seriously, like, the Covenants are here. We are actively assaulting the Maw. Actively, at this point. Oh, God, you're right. Like, there should be a goddamn net. Even if you don't care about decency or morality, this is a whole lot of souls, which means recruits and anima, which they could really use. By the way, did you notice that all these quests are raising our eye level? So that's cool. By the way, I didn't run into your bug, Bregman. Which, I mean, honestly good, but I'm sorry. You know, when you had to carry the bag. Yeah, I recognized it the moment I walked into it. It's like, oh, this is the one Brigman had issues with. I'm picturing doing this quest with like 15 other people here. It doesn't sound like a particularly pleasant experience. You know, when 9.1 was new. Yeah, no, she had a hell of a time with that quest. That's why I brought it up when we were going through it. Remember, I know I've said this a few times, by this point in history, I was in mid-Dragonflight. I forget exactly when we came back. I think it was when we'd finished the MSQ. Or we're very close to finishing the MSQ. Either way, it was a decent chunk into Dragonflight, but by the time I came back into these quests.
I have limitless time. You do not.
The magnitude of the grief you have collected will bind the instrument to the law.
Will that be all, Mo Walker?
The instrument's voice will not be pleasing to most ears, but I believe it will serve its purpose.
Do not draw the jailer's eye.
Hey, tier 1. The combination of grief and rage you have harvested is sufficient for your needs, most likely. I mean, at this point, who knows, Bergman? If you insist on seeing this ill-advised endeavor through, use the horn at the terminus platform where the River of Souls flows upward to Torghast. The energies there are most potent indeed. The presence of your golden ally should draw the jailer's eye. I only hope this does not prove to be the end of you. I hate to see an investment wasted. And this'll get rid of the eye. We've had an entire quest chain to get rid of an entire mechanic, which was always a bad idea.
Trust not what you see in the moon.
Also, how, Mr. Red? It's very confusing. There's the River of Souls pouring into Torghast. They're all focusing into one spot where we could put one net to catch all the souls, I'm just saying.
We hear the call of Ilskahorn, Walker. The Eye will be compelled to focus upon us. Prepare for glorious battle. To think that Odin's Eye could be twisted into something so vile. Strike the smaller eyes, protecting Walker. Use my spear to ground them, then destroy them!
I love that, by the way. I don't think he turned Odin's Eye into something horrible. I think it was always something horrible. You know, actually, that's a really good point, Xavion. They have all kinds of extremely advanced magic and tech and all kinds of other fun stuff they could have used in order to prevent the souls from going through. Like, even if you accept that what are they called? The stewards wouldn't do that because they're too stupid. Surely someone somewhere would have been like, hold up. Let's just get a net over Oribos. Yeah. That is actually a really valid point, Xavion. I think we just found a new negative to story.
The smaller eyes protecting Walker. Use my spear to ground them, then destroy them!
It is taking a little bit too long. Technically, yes, but it doesn't quite qualify as an Oribos negative. It's got the spirit of an Oribos negative. You know, the best part of the whole Oribos thing is, like, one of the major plots and the big reason why, you know, so much of the Burning Legion is something the Jailer's behind. You know, the dumbest plot point of him by far. And it was also... It would be funny. It's like, yes! After millennia, I have made the Burning Legion fall, and then they solve it with a net.
The Eye is vulnerable! Strike swiftly, sisters!
Like, just a net. Alright, we're good.
Its master's side. Your part in this is done, Walker. Come.
Hey, Evo. You missed Odin's giant boots.
Glory to Odin.
Songs will immortalize your deeds this day, Horde Runner.
May Odin's gaze give you strength.
Come, friend, let's be rid of this foul place. No doubt your comrades will be eager to hear the news of the defeat of the Eye. I will bear you to them.
Glory to you on the battlefield.
His boots are so big, you have no idea. You also missed Xavion inventing a new negative for Oribos.
I do not know which. No matter. Together, we have battled a mighty foe. My sisters are avenged. Helia may still scheme and plot, but at least she has been deprived of the eye.
Agreed, Lita Fairy.
Odin will be pleased. I expect your allies will rejoice as well. The eye's absence will embolden their advance against the jailer. You have my thanks for all you have done. Your
You are welcome.
song in Odin's great mead hall.
Please don't.
All will know of your steadfast courage.
No, I'm good. I don't want that jackass's attention. So we keep calling it a net. It's worth noting that we're being metaphorical, but all 4 zones, all 4 covenants have technology, magic, and artifacts that catch souls, right? In fact, every time we roam around the Maw, there's a little crystal floating around which does exactly that. So we know that they have multiple methods to catch souls, right? To catch and store them for later usage. So yeah, there is nothing preventing them from putting a metaphorical net over Oribos to prevent the souls from just pile driving through and causing all the problems of the Shadowlands. You still wouldn't have the supercomputer. That's its own negative, which I already given. But, I mean, at least the souls wouldn't be pumping into the Maw.
What news? We all have a duty to fulfill. The eye of the jailer is driven out. Good. And you've gathered valuable information on Desmateron.
Who?
But this news of Helia and Vyraz is troubling.
Vyraz is a spineless traitor. I will slay him and avenge Margrave Craxus.
Who?
I look forward to seeing Maldraxi forces in action, Baroness.
There is something strangely familiar about you.
And you as well. When he peered beyond the veil, Odin spoke of winged beings who bore mortal souls to their eternal rest.
Interesting. I would speak with you more on this matter, had we the time.
Perhaps, once the duties before us have been fulfilled, we can share tales of glory together.
Indeed, my friend.
You missed Odin's giant boots, Loke. Yeah, I wonder how that conversation's going to go. Yeah, so our keeper ripped out his eye and sold it to a Loa of Death, who then gave it to the jailer for some reason, so that he could steal your ideas of the Kyrians and turn it into his own bastardized version of it, which 2 other separate groups then made their own bastardized versions of his bastardized versions of your Kyrians. Because remember, everything comes into the Shadowlands. It's the center of everything. All of Warcraft lore centers on and comes from the Shadowlands.
What?
Now, let's never talk about it again. You've helped us gain a semblance of order, Mawwalker, but the outlook is dire. The jailer's forces have launched an all-out assault in the ruins of our vault at the outer reaches of Korthia. Clearly, the Banished One seeks something of value inside. The vault's defenses activate when the structure is threatened. So getting inside won't be easy, but we must recover whatever the jailer's seeking before his Mossworn do.
Go. I will meet you and our friend up ahead, Mawwalker.
No.
Purpose guide us.
No.
Sekitor medics, gather your forces. Secure the vault exterior until the Mawwalker arrives with Tal Galan.
It's an interesting robe. I think that's a weekly too. I picked it up just in case. The other quest is straight up go do a Covenant invasion. We're not doing that. There it is.
My attention is yours, small walker.
Go into Torghast. Nah, I'm good.
May all your transactions be profitable.
Okay, you know what? I'll pick this up just in case I get credit for it.
Whatever comes.
Good, you're here. Let's get this done. I don't want to linger in the maw a moment longer than I have to.
I understand, Bonesmith. Once the vault is opened, you can be on your way. There is so much to learn.
While opening the vault is our priority, I must ask a favor. When Korthia was pulled into the maw, my people were terrified. We fled to the area you see before you, a place of peace called the Scholar's Den. You can tell because it's a giant freaking forest. The Mossworn soon descended upon us. Most of my kind were slaughtered, others taken captive. If I could claim vengeance myself, I would, but I am ill-equipped for battle, not like you. Please, show these monsters their defilement of Korthia will not stand.
Go with the purpose.
Our vault was built to store countless secrets and artifacts. Even if we gain entrance, we can't be certain of what the jailer's looking for. Certain attendants are given the title of Record Keeper. They track items stored in the vault and are known for their utmost discretion. A number of keepers have been taken captive by the Mossworn and are being tortured for information. Please save them.
There is so...
I don't know, I have a track record of not saving people who are being tortured. Talgallon briefed me on the situation and explained the vault's workings, as well as any scholarly type could, at least. First, we need to ensure the vault is getting power. They use underground conduits to feed it anima. The attendant says one of these conduits is tucked away in a cave in the Scholar's Den. You meet, watch my back. I'll figure out a way to fix it.
Wield your weapon. You do the fighting, I'll do the fixing. The sooner I get home to my forge, the better.
Yeah, we don't save people. That's Silverfur's job. Hey, oi, Silverfur! Could you rescue these people who are being tortured? He's like, I'm on it! And he just comes barreling in Worgen form, doing the ground mount form where he's on all fours. I got you! Starts breaking open cages. In a terrible Gildan accent, of course. You know, I don't have a tool on hand, but I know there's ways to measure the literal size of zones. And I honestly wonder how small Korthia is relative to, say, random example, the Broken Shore or Zarla Caverns. Because, like, Korthia feels really tiny. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Ed. Like, the Zarlik is kind of large. Like, obviously, this is not representative because the size of this is not scaled linearly. But, like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the size of Korthia right here. Granted, of course, Zarlik's bigger. You can dragonfly at full speed there.
What did you break this time?
I mean, you know me, Luke. Density matters more than size to begin with. But I suppose that sort of makes my point, doesn't it? Korthia is a very small zone with very little to do in it. Huh.
This shouldn't take long to fix. Just make sure I don't get gutted by any Mossworn.
I don't know. I do like people getting gutted by Mossworn. I'll think about it. I do too, Ziad. I said it before, most of the zones have a decent supporting cast. The 4 zone. Hell, even the Maw has Venari. What's really funny? They could have just baked most of these activities into the Maw.
Killing the Maw.
Think about it. They had just decided to dump all these activities over in the Maw, a place where they have just given us the ability to remove the eye and the ability to mount. What would really be different? Now, I know what you're going to say, and you're right. What people would do is you would be like, hey, where's our new zone?
You won't be so fortunate when next we meet.
Because
Not my most elegant work, but it'll hold. Meet you up top.
Because there's always been this expectation of there being a new zone as an endgame zone. That goes all the way back to BC with the Isle of Keldanis. So if they decided not to add a new zone and just advanced an existing zone, people would probably be upset about that. Which meant they were trapped in having to develop a new zone without the time, effort, and resources to develop a new zone. Hey, Blizzard employees who are working at this point in time, you don't know me, and you'll never hear this message, but I am so sorry. I hope you have a better life and or job after this. Good morning, Blue Duval. So I was thinking Cecil. Cecil should be the main villain. That just fits here. I mean, I was thinking about what you commented on, because I asked Evo and Yura both about the visuals here, and the grass layering was something both brought up. I've pointed this out several times. They started doing this really good in Pandaria. But when we get to something like, say, Dragonflight, or hell, even other zones in this expansion, there are... Yeah, go ahead, Xavier. There's layers. There's like the texture, and then there's usually another texture, and then there's usually multiple layers of doodads, and all of those combine to kind of make the ground, right? It's a great effect that they use to great effect. And here, as you can see, there's the ground, and then like occasionally a weed or something. And that's it. So, yeah. Okay, so there's... Korthia in Shadowlands. Wow! Korthia entire is not even a third the size of Zereth Mortis. That says a lot right there. Zereth Mortis is not exactly a large zone either. Damn.
What news do you bring?
Vengeance will not bring back the fallen, but it gives those of us who survived a measure of satisfaction.
Well.
New requisitions? I don't do repairs.
There is so
Good fortune. You rescued the record keepers before the Mossworn could steal their knowledge of the vault's relics, but the records are fragmented, incomplete. I pray there's enough left to learn the truth. I will attempt to coalesce the knowledge that remains into a message. If the purpose wills it, we will learn what the jailer wants and to whom this item originally belonged. Okay, here we are. We're finally figuring out what we're doing here.
Go with the purpose. I have assembled the message, starting it now.
By the 5 houses. It's the Primus.
Yep.
Should my suspicions prove true, my sigil will be at risk. I must entrust it to your vaults. Keep it safe at all costs. If Zoval obtains all 5 sigils, nothing can stop him from...
Stop him from what? Show the rest of the message!
That is all we have. If we can find additional records, I should be able to reconstruct more of the Primus's message. I remember you.
We know what the jailer wants. Now we must retrieve the vault before his forces acquire it.
Be well.
So the jailer seeks the Primus's sigil. Okay, so I was kind of being facetious earlier when I mentioned how we don't know what we're doing here because of the plot thing. Let's be clear about something really quick. The only reason we're here, narratively, is because the jailer pulled it into the maw. So we're here because the jailer's here. Cool. We then spent the last, I don't know, 3 hours of questing. Beelining questing, by the way. Skipping almost all the side stuff. Just to find out that the jailer is, in fact, after the sigils. Which we already knew. In fact, we already knew he was only missing 1 sigil. The Primus's. Which we already knew. Anybody with a functioning brain could say, okay, the jailer needs all the sigils, he's missing 1, and he just dragged an entire zone into his realm. I wonder why. I'm not even get into the fact that apparently it's taking him so long to get in there, and he's had a head start on us, and we're just now gonna... Okay, letting it go. Anyways.
There is so record keepers. Return to the respite. You will be safe there.
So the Primus came to Korthia after he left Maldraxxus. He must have suspected the jailer was plotting to escape.
So it would seem. If we can locate more records, perhaps the answers will be found within them.
With the Primus gone, dark times fell upon Maldraxxus, and all the Shadowlands. We need to find him.
But he's secretly the villain.
Confronted the jailer. There may be nothing left of your master.
Say that again, and there will be nothing left of you. Understood?
Understood.
But it's true. Are we just following the anima trail? Did we just make a trail for the villains to find where the vault is? Or did they already know where the vault is and they couldn't get in? And if so, why couldn't they get in? That is a good question, Evo. And the real answer is, I don't know. We have 2 zones left. We're in the middle of one of them. We have Korthia and Zereth Mortis.
Our plan is ruined. There's no way to get across this chasm.
You're kidding.
Nonsense. Everything we need is right here. All that's required is a few strong bones.
You're kidding.
Bones? Oh my. There is much to be done.
Some of the record keepers fled to this mountain when Korthia was pulled into the maw. I see no sign of them, but they may have left records behind. Take this beacon. I fashioned it using information from previous record keepers you rescued. It'll lead you to any intact records that are on the mountain.
Be well.
Yeah, if only we could fly.
Got something to say?
So the device we need to open the vault is stuck on a floating island, Not a problem. I see plenty of sturdy creatures around here. Like I always say, no bone goes to waste.
Bring me bones so I can make a hook shot and anchor points. We'll get across this chasm in no time.
Okay, we are still in 9.1. It'll honestly be pretty obvious when we leave 9.1, because we'll do a dungeon. That is to say, a raid. And then something will happen that, ironically, is one of the only things story beats I like in 9.1. Which I bring up because everybody hated it. Even on my own server, people were not happy about the plot point that's going to happen soonish. Yeah, it might be Izmir Storm. If it does, well, that's why Zalosh is already in position at the raid entrance. Why are we fighting bears again? Is this like some weird subliminal thing? Do bears represent like Bobby Kotick or something? Why are there so many bears in the Shadowlands? I'm not mad, I'm just confused. Like, it just occurred to me, we're fighting bears again. Every zone has some variant on bears. Is this the eels thing all over again? Just bear with us, everyone. Just bear with us. I mean, they are a very, very old, simple skeleton. They go all the way back to vanilla, so... I don't know, maybe that's it. Maybe it's just literally easier to mesh something to it.
From reaching the sepulchre, this must not come to pass. Even locking my sigil away here may not be enough to...
Sorry, my internet speed's terrible. I can only get like 3 seconds of the message at a time.
This had better be good. Armor can't compensate for weakness.
I've made some solid hook shots and grapple points. Don't worry, they hold my weight, they'll hold yours. And they can get across the chasm to the next anima conduit. I'll go ahead and wait with you there. No telling what might be lurking.
If I made it, you can trust it. Another fragment. The Primus has spoken of this sepulchre before. Do you know what it is?
No, Master.
Or where?
The sepulchre is not to be discussed, even with allies.
It's the final raid of the game.
Indeed.
And it kinda sucks. Yeah, they actually have been talking about the sepulchre for a while. No joke. I doubt it was supposed to be this, because it's such a generic term, it can mean anything, right? And of course, it's called the sepulchre because it's the realm of death, and that's really the only reason. True. I forgot about that, Xavion, but you're right.
Speak up! Mossworn. Devourers. Seems like everyone wants a piece of this place. That's not good. Handle that devourer while I finish the repairs.
Okay. Like a good tank.
Doctor is a shoddy piece of work.
I'm gonna aim him right over on the melees, and aim him towards them.
Built by amateurs.
Oh yeah, trading post just cycled over, didn't it?
These parts together. I'm not exactly proud of this repair job, but it'll do. Let's get back to Talcalon.
Okay, those shoulders look weirdly good with this set. Oh, it's belt too. Shoulders, belt, and looks like helmet. The butterflies sell it. And we have got a throwing arm. Jesus. I know, it's actually a crossbow. You do a real good aim.
Need something forged?
Alright, keep the hook shot.
Good soldiers need good blades.
Thanks to the Bonesmith's repairs of both conduits, anima should now be flowing to the vault. That gives us a chance to get inside, assuming we can reach it. Our Maldraxi allies have wrangled transportation to get us to and from the vault. I suggest we make haste. If the jailer's minions obtain the Sigil of Primus before we do, it won't just be Korthia that suffers. All of the Shadowlands, all realities, all dimensions, all of everything, and also nothing will be at risk.
Go with the purpose. The Covenant forces are still defending the vault against the Mossworn, but we must hurry.
We've got a Flayed Wing tethered nearby for you, Wallwalker. That will get you right to the forward camp outside the vault.
I was going to say, you say Darien isn't there. I'm going to assume the obvious that you've already tried time walking into Shadowlands. I'm also going to assume you've tried not time walking into Shadowlands. Oh. But we can fly in Korthia. Like, lore-wise. Cool.
Reinforcements. Just in time. We are about to push toward the vault. Protect the secrets.
To reach the vault, we'll need to carve a path through the attacking Moss War. The Covenants are doing their best to drive off these monstrosities, Stygian bombardiers. But our allies can't hold out forever. The Mossworn are intent on reaching the prize before you. We could use your help fighting the Jailer's forces. Purpose, guide us all.
Purpose, guide us.
We've barely held out against the Jailer's forces. Now that you're here, we can finally make some progress. I know your priority is to enter the vault, but our record keepers must also be recovered. They are authorities about everything kept in the vault. We can't let the Jailer learn what they know.
I stand with you. I have trained my entire existence for this moment. For this battle. I will follow your lead, Mawwalker.
That is...
You fit well in Maldraxxus, Protector.
Sort of pitiable, honestly. So, I had another random thought, which I'm sure you've already thought of, Mr. Red. Have you manually gone to Icecrown Citadel and gone to the top of the ice chunk up top, where the actual quest takes place? Yeah, this is supposed to be our third, by the way, big battle. This time it's just Maldraxxus on our side, but still, this is our third one, more or less in a row, actually. Like, we had the battle for Ardenweald, and then we had the initial charge into the Maw, and now we're doing the charge on the Vault of Secrets. It feels like it's a parody, doesn't it? It's like, alright, it's time for our final battle. Okay. We made it 5 extra feet. Alright, now let's go for our final battle. Okay, go. See, I find it vaguely funny. I probably shouldn't, Mr. Red. Because I've had the exact opposite problem on every character for forever. That Darian is just standing there in Orgrimmar, irritating me. Because him and his people are right where a lot of cutscenes and NPCs are, and where I like to just kind of hang out. And so they're just constantly there being like, hey, you want to go to the Shadowlands? Hey, 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 go to the Shadowlands. You could go to the Shadowlands right now, but no, where'd you go? Okay. Anyways, let's go do the final battle. Happy spring, Evo. What is the temperature outside here? Let's see. Come on, load. There we go. Oh wow, it's 70 degrees out. It's downright pleasant. Oh, congrats, Mr. Red. The game has saved you from the Shadowlands. I actually do have one last question. Have you tried just going through the portal to Oribos? Looks like that would be an Orgrimmar. What happened when you clicked it? Oh, well, you Covenant. Okay. But you can reach Oribos, right? Now, hang on. I might actually be able to help you with this, because I ran into this issue when I was bouncing Covenants around. Do me a favor, go to Oribos, and go to the spot where there's the map, where the chunk of the Helm of Dominations is.
Talzur, your legacy will be remembered.
And let me know when you get there. Because there's a bunch of different world states you could be looking at. I'm not sure which one you're going to be seeing.
Come, my friend.
Is it wise for you to join the battle, Talgalan?
These are desperate times.
Literally nobody there? Assuming the answer to that question is yes. If you go out to where the actual portal should be, do you encounter more than, say, 4 NPCs on the way there? Like, there'll be the 2 guys who are like, the Kalimdor Cup's up, and then a couple of guards, and that probably should be it. Yep, nope, that's exactly the state I thought. Okay, so you are in a very interesting state, Mr. Red.
It is good to see you safe, friend.
Talgalan? I saw a vision of the Mallwalker, but not of you.
The threads of fate surprise us all.
Okay, so hang on. What exactly did you do when you party synced? No, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what his issue is because it's an issue I have already encountered. The problem is, Darian isn't there because some layer is overriding him, and he can't time walk to ensure that he shows up there. However, someone else can either just be level 10 or be time walking at the correct level, group with him, and he should be able to sync to that, putting him into Shadowlands time walking. Which would then make Darian show up and be like, hey. But I don't know what he did when he was quest syncing. Party syncing, excuse me.
You new here? Watch yourself, or I might replace you.
I remember you.
The destruction here is overwhelming. Yep, this is all we have of the city, by the way, is this tower. Anima flows into what remains of the vault. We should now be able to enter. Once inside, I will work on recovering the Primus' sigil. Please show reverence in the vault. It's a sacred place that few are allowed to see. Even the prophecies do not foretell a living mortal will gaze on the secrets within.
Be well. My friends, let us begin the ritual. is open. Come, Walker.
We should go. Yes.
Even damaged, the vault is glorious, is it not?
Sure.
There's no time for gawking. We must secure the sigil.
But surely I should recover a few of these treasures.
Get this vault open now!
Yes, of course. Sigil first, other relics later. The vault is opening.
This prize belongs to the jailer. He shall not fail our master.
What?
The sigil belongs to the Primus.
The Primus has fallen. His sigil will be claimed by the Vanished One.
The Keeper of Secrets will not be subdued so easily.
So be it. Let the slaughter begin.
Take cover, Keeper. This is our fight.
The bonds of shared torment. Is this the end?
There is one last record here. It appears to be bound together with the sigil.
Enough to keep it protected. Another safeguard is required. I will bind it with another form of magic. One that even Zoval cannot.
That is all that remains of the message. Take the sigil, Walker.
I don't recognize the magic bound with this sigil. Perhaps High Lord Fordragon will know of it.
Why would he... Okay.
So much knowledge. We cannot leave it behind.
The sigil is more important. Get us out of here.
Very well. I can open the way back to Keeper's Respite. I pray I can return one day.
I have a very stupid question, Mr. Red. You have low-level quests tracking on, right?
We stand together against the darkness.
The Primus' sigil is bound with the magic of memory. Reminds me of something you've encountered before. You made an ally of the Rune Carver, that poor soul trapped in the bowels of Torghast. He took those memories you found and helped forge them into weapons and armor. Perhaps you can separate the sigil from this tangle of memories.
The chains of the past. This magic bound with the Primus' sigil. Is it familiar, Walker? It is much like the memories you restored to the Rune Carver in Torghast. If you bring this to him, perhaps he will know how to untangle the sigil.
Torghast? Unacceptable! You might as well deliver it directly into the jailer's hands!
This is our only path forward. We have no choice but to try.
I'm going with you, Walker. I will ensure this Rune Carver's work is up to par.
So be it. Good luck to you both.
Okay. I've been doing a little bit of diving while I've been listening to them. Apparently it's a rather well-known issue, Mr. Red.
Your desire is my...
It's related to several other issues with Shadowlands, too. That's the best part.
The pleasure was mine.
The problem is it is such a bug. It's actually in the current acknowledged bug list. that individual specifics matter, so... Yeah, bang your head on the wall until you get it. Just try to move your head an inch every time you bang against the wall.
The minions of the jailer forge a vile monstrosity within Zoval's cauldron. We must destroy it.
Nah, you go ahead. You go that way. I'll go home.
This is the rune carver? Doesn't look like much.
Uh-huh.
I remember.
So yeah, spoilers.
Remember everything!
Biggest, most shocking twist of the entire game. He's a necromancer.
My Primus! You've been trapped here all this time?
You brought my sigil to Zoval's lair?
Forgive me, Master. We were only...
He is coming. Prepare yourselves. We make our stand now.
Or we can run. No? Okay.
War is at hand. I will infuse you with the power of anima surging through Torghast. Occupy his forces while I find a way to escape.
Jesus Christ.
Will be mine.
Oh, it's the jailer for the 8th time. And they're doing a beam battle. Oh my god.
Again. Forsworn. Take them.
So, in case you missed that, the buffs we just got.
Once I hoped that all those ages spent in the maw might change you.
Why would that change him?
You might repent for your sins.
Hey, go to Super Hell so you can repent.
But you have only grown more malevolent.
Yeah, it's like you sent him to Super Hell. Hey. Anyway, so we just got 25 stacks, which is the max stats, of most of the buffs you can get in Torghast. We're like Torghast level 100 something right now.
You will claim no victory this day, brother.
Oh no, I missed one.
Bear witness.
Oh no, I'm chained. I'm so helpless.
Bound me with domination. Now, it is my weapon to wield.
I will resist you to my last, Zoval. Should you strike me down, my sigil will be lost to you forever. No. There is another way. Mournblade!
So that's it. He has all the sigils. That was kind of pathetic, actually. No, Evo. He really isn't. He has far more similarities to Sargeras than anything else. And if we want to pull something out of Warcraft, Sauron.
Speak, mortal.
The jailer has 4 of the 5 sigils. He's a fool for allowing us to live. His desire to see us bend to his will shall be his undoing. All is not lost. Going to put into the work. There's something that can be done. Come, I'll meet with your forces and formulate our next layer of attack.
We fight to say there are still those who need the skills of the rune carver. I will leave an echo of what I was here to aid them.
Guess you want to go craft legendaries because that's such a beloved mechanic. Something
chained. This is the fate Zoval intends for all existence. Come. The Covenants must be told of my return.
And remember, he wants this because there's a greater threat out there which we must be united against. Which is, you know... I actually don't have a good answer for that, Magister. I'm not super familiar with Lord of the Rings lore. Not like the super... like, there are people who literally have a job of studying Lord of the Rings, so...
The minions of the jailer forge a vile...
I'm not at that level.
...within Zoval's cauldron. We must destroy it.
Metzen has flattered admitted that Sargeras was in part inspired by the Norse dude, Suture, something like that. But that really is an extremely surface level thing. It's like he got the idea and then took it into a totally different direction, like most inspirations actually work. Listen, Mr. Red. His dick. You don't even know.
We are honored to have you among us, Primus. What is our course now that the jailer has your sigil?
The mortals must face Zoval in his sanctum. But as you know, a wise strategist always prepares contingencies. The Covenants have grown stronger, but are not yet whole. Each must remember its purpose and find its future. When this comes to pass, new sigils can be forged. They will be needed to pursue Zoval, should our assault fail. High Lord, send word to your allies in Oribos. They must defend the Arbiter's sigil at all costs. Marwalker, I will call for you when I am ready. May fortune favor us all.
Let me guess. Go do the raid. What a weird, awkward place to place it.
Ah, the Marwalker.
We can dwell on our past mistakes when this is over. For now, we must move forward. You aiding me during my imprisonment as the rune carver, so take this as a sign of my gratitude.
Do not forsake your duty.
If we must hold a position so near the jailer's lands, we need to provide assurances. Virez and Helia have retreated within the walls of Desmoteron. They have grown lax in their expected safety, which provides us opportunity. We will take them by surprise, strike swiftly and without mercy.
The Covenants must...
Virez hides within Desmoteron. We will secure the area and summon the Zerachris.
Draga, champion, I'd like to join you on your mission.
Oh, hi, Thrall.
You are the one they call Thrall, yes? I have heard of you. Come then.
And yes is the answer, though. But it's actually worse than that. So, if you're going to have a supposed to lose fight, in gameplay or in story, you gotta earn it, right? That takes time and effort and work in order to work. There it is. But it's doable. It's doable to make a supposed to lose fight work. You just gotta earn it. Now imagine if you have about 5 supposed to lose fights in a row. Like back to back to back to back to back. Each one actually gets exponentially harder to make this work than the previous one because the previous one exists. No, I think it deserves more than 3. I just haven't typed up how many I'm going to give it yet, Logue. I don't want to pause the stream and type. I want to get through frickin' Korthia. By the way, all this goes into Korthia. I just want to make that clear. Korthia gets credit for all of this crap. We'll go with credit. That sounds like a good word.
Loktar, only the strong survive.
Thrall?
Loktar.
A moment. I threw my axe at Helia during our first encounter, and I haven't seen it since. If this is truly where she commands her forces, perhaps it's held here. I crafted that weapon in Nagrand. It reminds me of the good days spent beside my family there. I want to feel its weight in my hands again.
Let honor guide your path.
So, good supposed to lose fights, other than Halo Reach. That is a good example. For God's sakes, you're not allowed to daze me, bro. You know what that means? It means you're dead. Give me a nice, slow, agonizing death, but you will die. I actually remember not liking that particular supposed to lose attitude. But I was trying to think of a narrative example rather than a gameplay example. Actually, okay. I've got a really good supposed to lose fight that was done well. Luke and Vader in Empire Strikes Back. Hello, Czar.
I see you wear the armor of Orbrum Doom.
He left it to me as a gift. One of many he gave me.
Actually, yeah. Part of the reason I hold that particular lightsaber fight up as one of the best lightsaber fights in all of Star Wars is because it was a fight Luke never had any hope of winning, and the way he won was by recognizing and acknowledging that, and choosing a lateral move instead. He changed the rules of the game. One might even say it was very Jedi-like.
Thrumka,
God damn it.
how goes the fight? Every defeat is a lesson.
I was wondering why that was acting weird. Yeah, I like how there's just this character moment that they've probably been wanting to do since, you know, launch, and it's like, okay, so Thrall and Mother finally chatting. While they kill things in Super Hell. Yeah, I would say the end of Jedi Fallen Order is a pretty decent supposed to lose. Unless you're playing on Turbo Easy. I know people personally who have nearly won that fight only for the I win button to be pulled. I still stand by my reaction to that fight, by the way. Which I shall not spoil here. I don't remember an Ace Combat doing a supposed to lose particularly well. Yeah, pretty much. Pillars of Stone. I'm out! As soon as I got control. Done! I mean, Luke was never going to beat Vader. There's no way. Vader was just way too high tier. He had the power suit. He had the years of experience. He was stronger in the Force. Vader was playing with him because his goal was not to kill Luke. If Vader's goal was to kill Luke, he would have killed him in the first 2 seconds of the fight.
You were of the Frostwolf clan in life, were you not?
I was. Their legacy will always be a part of me.
Oh, God. Yeah, no, Vader was trying to recruit him. That was the whole point of that. Why is this not working? Is that not a soul breaker? That is not a soul breaker. Same model, same style, same size, same position, same location, different enemy. Thanks, game. Why did you end up behind me? Oh, whatever. No, please. Oh, for God's sakes. I don't care about you. You know, this should be a fun sequence of gameplay, but the positioning, the terrain, the positioning of the enemies, the requirements of the enemies are just dragging this whole experience down. Like, you're having me group up with Draka and freaking Thrall, and I'm just sitting here going, can I get on with this, please? You're kidding. It's actually even worse than I already thought. I was wondering why I couldn't drag those guys down. Those are my actual objectives, right? The guys in the sky. But I need a chain to drag them down. The chain drops off of these other elites. Just... really? Oh, of course they're ranged elites. Why wouldn't they be? That's just logical. Around the corner. Over here, over here. Over here. I don't know that one, Load. I don't think I've even played that game. Oh my god. Well, let's slow mode the elites. Also, the music's bugged again. Oh, you mean the modern one, not the original one. I still haven't played it. Silly me, I thought it was the first Battlefield game, as opposed to Battlefield 1. Because logically, Battlefield 1 is not the first Battlefield game. Don't be ridiculous. Ugh. I can do 3 more of these stupid jackasses. By the way, that means of the 5 I just killed, they dropped 3. So there's your not 100% drop rate while we're on the subject. They made 1,900 Battlefield games? Jesus! Sorry, that's a really terrible joke. I apologize. And of course, that one didn't drop another one. What is this quest? Okay, other supposed to lose fights. I gotta have something to think about while I'm doing this absolutely abysmal quest. Of which I'm still on the first step of, by the way. Just to make this abundantly clear. Do
not interfere, mortal.
I was forged in battle. As were you, I am told.
I'm trying to think if I'm supposed to lose period in an Assassin's Creed game. Never mind a good one. Well, there's your problem, Mr. Red. Trying to get Transmog and Shadowlands? Yeah, there's a reason I have like 3% of this expansion. Whatever the number is. I think the Kingdom Come Deliverance example is acceptable, but I also, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the specifics of it that well. Double check that number. Let's see here. Oh wow, it's actually up to 13%. I don't remember what the number used to be. It used to be a lot lower than 13%, though. Yeah, it used to be like 3 or 4. This is all just crap we've gotten from doing the Covenants. See, the Mecha Spider is an interesting example of a supposed to lose, because you can win it. And I've always said the best way to do a supposed to lose is to make it a fight you can win. Gameplay-wise. Oh my god, this freaking fight. No, it is, exactly, but it's all. But some aren't like that. In fact, actually, most supposed to lose fights are not winnable. Chrono Trigger's cheating, because they don't actually do anything with theirs. I know that sounds strange, but, like, there's no narrative real point behind the supposed to loses in Chrono Trigger. Like, the closest thing you could say is it's to show you how out of your depth you are in the Kingdom of Zeal, but you're not. Fable? So I've never played Fable 2. I barely remember Fable 3. I don't remember us supposed to lose in Fable 1. I'm still trying to get this stupid hook, by the way. That's true, but it's all. The prison race. Oh my god. Oh my god, that frickin' part of that game. So a year passes. I am not a huge fan of Fable, no. It's not the worst game in the universe, like I used to think, but I'm not a big fan. This still isn't dropping. This still isn't dropping. Everything, Magister. The whole game was just kind of lackluster. It was very vanilla, very generic. Having said that, I do actually like some of the things it did now. Like I said, I can go back to it. I have triple checked Playtool. I could go back to it and enjoy it more now than I could when it came out. Because the biggest reason I didn't like it when it came out was bad marketing. Thanks, Molyneux. Maybe bad marketing isn't the right word. How about lying? Outright lying marketing. And I know what you're about to say. That's good marketing. It got you by the game. I didn't buy the game when it first came out. Anyway, so. Okay, we have the hooks. Now we can kill the mobs we actually need to kill. Yay! I don't even know. Oh my god, that would be even worse. I was actually just thinking about how I can make this even worse, too. That's the best part. It's like, okay, hang on. Make the item unique, so you have to farm one, then hook one, then farm one, then hook one. That's just a minor little irritation on top of everything else. Instead of needing 6, you need 20. The drop rate on the ones that you kill is lower. It's already pretty bad. It's low. It's like 33%. So make it even lower. And the ones you would then kill have to drop an item, which also has a 3% drop rate. Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, make it so that there's a timer. You have to kill them in a certain amount of time, or else they break out of the hook. And then you've wasted a hook. And every time you fail, you have to spend 10 real-life dollars to try the quest again. The game is actually designed to make it look like you're going to get the item you need. But you actually only have about a 2% chance to get it. But it looks like you're about to get it. And then each time you put money in, there's a message that says your chance of getting the item has increased because you spent more money on it. But it only increases it by 0.01%. So I got a little Bezos. Ugh. Stuck in my throat there. Forgive me. Listen, I'm not saying I would be the most evil CEO of all time.
Who taught you to fight, Thrall?
A human. He wanted a gladiator. He made an enemy.
You know, this could have been a cool quest. Have a moment between Thrall and his mother. Little bits of dialogue as you progress through the quest, but because of how awful the quest is designed, it's actually interfering with the story. Because it's like you're being spoon-fed it across minutes instead of seconds. Also, that Inquisitor is just watching us kill the person she was just talking to. That's kind of funny. I don't really add to that. It's just kind of funny. It's easy to out-evil someone. All you have to do is think as your only objective of being evil. Then you're good. That's the problem with people who are evil. They're stupid. I would too, Luke. Yeah, let's bond in Super Hell.
Dragora. It is good to hold it once again.
Draenor's honor. A fitting name for a worthy weapon.
Lotar.
I threw my axe in the heat of the moment. It was pretty dumb.
Together, we are strong.
You're welcome, Thrall. Let's get out of here. Also, I think... Is that his current model? I think it might be. Because I remember really liking his current model.
Always ready for battle. Strength comes from the heart.
Okay, we should be clear to start the assault. Signal the Zeracrus. Let us show the might of a Maldraxian necropolis. Sorry, what?
In the name of the Primus.
We are now starting the assault. That's true. Magister. We could taste it. We could taste Modern WoW. It's right there. All I have to do is run through 70,000 elites with way too much health to interact with a quest thingy. Yeah, this isn't actually a spoiler, because we've already seen one of these things roaming around the mall, but here's the big moment, you know, where we finally see a necropoli.
Advance! Show them no mercy!
The Marsworn are assaulting our position. Eradicate them!
I do like eradicating.
That necropolis out of the sky! Drag it down!
Really? Hell yeah. We're fighting hell yeah as the Maldraxxi. Because we have so much, just an incredible narrative and thematic connection to hell yeah.
Necrolords! Burn these traitors to ash! Wild Hunt! We ride to battle!
I tend to like these kind of canon, you know, catapult quests.
Our allies are counting on us.
But yeah, this is a weird one.
Come, let us show them the might of Reventren!
Oh, Emberdon.
Blood and thunder.
I'm not going to complain about that one too much, not after the nightmare quest we just did. And all the chaos, the gates of the upper hold have been left open. Oh yeah, by the way, we are now on our 5th final battle, if you're paying attention. That's not a joke.
Prepare to Hellguard Keep! The Zerachris will cover us!
This is right after we just had our
Draka,
4th major loss.
there is something you should know. I am...
Focus on the mission. We will speak later.
So, Eva is playing an evil character, also known as her real-life self. Oh god! Final Battle 6! That's the best one, obviously. Which means the next one after this will be really, really good.
I protect.
Kill 10 enemies.
Strength.
Do I have to?
Blood and thunder.
Maldraxxi. Here?
Wait, I know you. The Mawwalker. My brothers and sisters have been twisted and tainted. Some took power willingly from Halia, but others resisted. Now all are forced to submit to her power. I escaped when the fighting started, but most of the remaining Forsworn are being subjected to horrific rituals. Okay.
I will make for the necropolis. Please, save my brethren.
Yeah, by the way, having this cannon the whole time would have helped. Just saying. It only has a 30-second cooldown, too. Oops, wrong button. Anyway, so, you're playing an evil character. Would you as a DM want to know that you're secretly evil, and in general how to negotiate with the DM playing as a smart evil character? So, as a GM, if you are playing an evil character, I'm probably going to figure that out extremely quickly. I'm the GM. If I'm not figuring it out pretty quickly, that's on me for sucking at my job. Now, having said that, if you want to warn me in advance, that's totally cool, because then we can work together on it. I can arrange for stuff happening off camera that the other players don't see, and then we can leave hints for that they can pick up on and interact with. That can be fun. I tend to be very anti-PvP when it comes to D&D, so that is something I would shy away from. But other than that, there are plenty of ways to have an evil party member who isn't against their other party members, though. That probably doesn't sound like I answered your question. Let me try again. Okay, so, you smash. End statement. You know, they have the ability to have specific music playing during certain quests or areas or bosses. They've had that ability for quite some time. Why is generic Maw atmospheric music playing right now? Just, you know what? That's the vibe this final battle actually has. Oh shoot, I lost track. Are we on the 4th or 5th final battle? I actually lost track. We're pretty far up, I remember that. Hey, Rycidius. How ye be? Another thing I tend to say, so having everyone on board tends to help a little bit, because if you don't, there's this problem you run into. So let's say, for example, that Evo, you and I, and Blade Tival are all playing D&D together. You both said 5th, Loke. Let's assume that I am playing a secretly evil character, but obviously you guys know that. But the thing is, if we're not on the same board, like even though you know, even if we're not unified as players, as people playing a video game, then what can and does happen, and I've seen this happen, is you will go out of your way to be like, oh, I've totally sussed you out, ha-ha! I have unveiled your secret plot. And you'll do it by breaking character, essentially. By doing things you have no reason to do, just because you know that you'll be able to catch me in the act of being evil. Like, imagine I'm in a dark... This actually happened once. I was in a dark alley, and I was doing something evil, and one of the other players was like, I'm gonna go back by that alley. And my immediate counter reaction was, why? And they're like, I just felt like a stroll. Aha! I have found you out! You know. That's right, Mr. Red? It's such a peaceful place to go in a medieval city. Yeah, they really need the smoke break, okay? It's been a minute. Well, yeah, obviously the GM really should be cognizant of what's going on. It is extraordinarily rare that that is not true. And even if it is, they'll probably pick up on it quickly, like I just said. Well, okay, first thing I would do, Evo, is walk out and be like, "Mwahaha, dead poppies!" Just think what would Brigwin do, right? Just picture that in your head. Be like, yes, Darth puppies, yes, yes. This is about the tone of this whole section, too. This is just another battle. There's nothing interesting or significant about it. They're not challenging. They're not hard. They're just slow. I'm gonna have to kill 5 of them, too. Yeah, exactly, Blade. This is just... Alright. Just another battle. Which I believe is what they called FF9's battle theme. Can even release them. Nope. Okay, I still need another one for some reason. Because that one bugged out on me. Okay. Okay, that guy needs a raise. He just took a direct shot from a Maldraxi Necropoli. Woohoo! Okay, quest complete.
Loktar. Praxis.
Vyrax. Oh god, this is it. We're finally going to defeat Vyrax, our great and terrible nemesis. Alright, real question. How many of you even remember who Vyrax is? No, we're still on the 5th final battle. I'm not even joking. This is all building up to finally taking out Vyrax. He is the guy who betrayed the Chosen by killing Kragagus, or whatever his stupid name is. Yeah, the guy who betrayed the House of the Chosen. Yeah, he just pieced out after we defeated him in the Maldraxxus campaign, and now he's here. This is it. The big battle. I'm gonna leave the basic fight song on because that's all he deserves. We've got this.
Our enemies approach Helya. We need reinforcements. Scared, Maldraxxi? The jailer does not tolerate weakness in his ranks.
You'd know. What is wrong with her mouth?
Vyraz, you will answer for what you did to Krexus.
Take my boon, Vyraz. You are outnumbered after all.
Why is Helya suddenly relevant at all?
Strike, matron of wolves. Show them the heart of a necrolord.
Okay. Okay, battle theme. Let's do it. Yes, this is how much respect I have for this guy. Everyone in chat who doesn't recognize the song. What?
Your time has long passed, decrepit fool. I will enjoy drowning you.
No, sorceress. It is you who is out of your depth.
Get it? Because she's got a naval thing. Oh, oh.
It is time to deprive the jailer of his underling.
Underling? Helya is no one's underling.
You...
I will not be silenced. I will not be imprisoned. My wrath shall haunt your...
See, that's the thing. Helya's actually pathetic. She was always a low-tier nobody. Like, she's a Valkyr. That's it. Anyway, she's gone. And she has not been seen since.
How goes the fight?
I'm not joking. She's not even a Krennic because one of the two key elements of a Krennic is A, they're well written, and B, they usually have impact beyond the scope of what they should. Helya's nobody.
Even here, I protect the weak.
Anyways, negative for a dumb conclusion to the entire, like, what? Let's put this over here. They could do some very interesting things with Helya. They don't. Yeah, even in Legion, she was more interesting there just because the game made it clear that she was a local threat. Like, she was a sub-boss of a single zone. Trying to pretend like she's anything here is ridiculous. With Helya and Vyraz taken care of, we have achieved a major victory today. It's also showing what the combined might of the Shadowlands look like. For the 5th goddamned time.
Every well fought. Go well.
Da-da-da-da!
You will speak.
You knew.
Look, nothing can make Ride to Hell fun to watch. Nothing. Not even the jailer. I've already answered your question like 3 times. Oh, sorry, you left. Okay. Okay, so how do you play an evil character without raising suspicions? That's actually extremely easy. Don't be what I just said. Remember that your character is evil because they have a motivation towards things that are immoral or wrong, not because they want to be against your party and not because they want to be against the overall benefits of everyone. An evil person wants to be on top of a heap, sure, but an evil person can still want that heap to be in good shape. After all, it's their heap. Now, that's someone who's a conquering type. You might be self-interested, you might just be quiet, you might be the kind of person who really wants revenge. I don't know. I know nothing, so I have no specific advice I can give because it depends on your character. So, I don't know if that counts as being fair to the story, Savion. However, you are correct. The reason I have not given this game negatives for the Titan Plus comment is because it's not in the game.
Always ready for battle.
I knew who you were the moment I saw you. Do you really think I would not recognize Duratan's eyes? You were but a babe when I died. Tell me, who have you grown to be?
I was once war chief of the Horde. The shaman of the Earthen Ring.
That is who you were. Who are you now?
I am uncertain. Much has happened in my life. I do not know where it will lead next.
A lesson, then. Not from mother to child, but from one similar soul to another. Remember who you were, but take pride in who you are. I once thought death was the end, but now, as a warrior of Maldraxxus, I see that it was only the beginning. It brings me joy to see how far you have come. And I know you have much farther to go.
Thank you, Mother. I will make you proud.
Come. I wish to know more of your life. All of it.
You know, it's hard to really enjoy that. Obviously because it's, you know, here. But also, remember, like, the afterlives, the constructed afterlives in the Shadowlands are basically gone. So this moment probably never actually happened. And death is the end, or at the very least, it's a different end. So it's like, what? You know, Bolvar's over there being like, I wonder what Talia's up to.
Our enemy is relentless. Together we will claim victory. Fireraz has answered for his treachery. The houses of Maldraxxus stand united once more. With a shared purpose before us, I will reforge the sigil of the Necrolords. It shall be entrusted to Draka until I have need of it.
That's actually an ironically horrible question, Pillars of Snow. It is not unlikely that he literally cannot hug his daughter. We need to cure... Can we cure Bolvar? We can cure anything in this setting. Can we get some people together?
We must stop the Primus before it is too late.
What?
Nathrezim scum, you cannot deceive the House of Eyes.
Oh, hey! I've been waiting for when the Nathrezim would finally peek their head into the narrative, and there they are. That's right. The guys who are behind literally every plot in the entire franchise, yes, really, were always minions of Denathrius, aka the Jailer. Oh, I was almost hoping that wasn't in the game. You have found me out, Aspiristar! I am sworn to the jailer's gigantic deck! Okay, so... okay. I know Huthor likes this, but that makes sense, because he likes everything horrible in the world. This is so terrible. This is so terrible. The Nothrezim being behind so many things is already bad. But at least I could kind of let that one go, right? It's like, all right, sure, whatever. I mean, the Nothrezim have been relevant in several major, world-altering, setting-altering events throughout the course of Warcraft's lore. Sure, fine, okay. But no, they were doing it all on behalf of Denathrius, a.k.a. the Jailer, and I keep saying it that way. Because it's important that you understand that they are built, constructed by Denathrius, so he's the super mega infiltrator guy. And then, on top of that fact, they're all eminently loyal to the Jailer. Not Denathrius. The Jailer. Oh no, he was totally infiltrating Ventures. There's actually a book about that, which I do not have handy. Actually kind of amused we never run into it naturally. About how the Nothrezim have even infiltrated the light. They've infiltrated the void, the fell, the living world, the natural world, and the light. And that's your implication of Lothraxion. So, yay! Yay, they've infiltrated everywhere. It was all part of the Jailer's plan. No. Really, I keep saying that, but it's not a meme. The game is trying to make it clear that everything that's happened in the entire franchise has been the Jailer's plans. The Jailer's Denathrius' plans. Through the...
I stand ready.
This is the 5th Dreadlord I found infiltrating our forces this week. Unchecked, they can cause tremendous damage for our foothold here. In life, I learned how to identify these creatures from a demon hunter. It makes it far easier for me to locate them, but I cannot be in all places at once.
Power belongs to those who claim it.
Just... I'll think about it, Mr. Ed, because that's going to be awkward and weird to do. That's what I would do, Ventures. Hey, are you a Dreadlord? Are you a Dreadlord? Hey, Primus, I accuse you of being a Dreadlord.
The hour of battle is upon us.
More Dreadlords. I should have suspected the fangs of Denathrius would find their way here again. I'm pleased to know that despite the setbacks in my absence, the House of Eyes have not lost their sight.
If we fail, all will be undone.
The threat the Nothrezim posed to our forces must not be underestimated. They are cunning. No, they're not. Rivaling the best veterans of the House of Eyes. No, they don't. We do not know their full plan. Yes, we do. Among the Venthyr, there is one whose wrath scourged the Nothrezim from the Shadowlands for many thousands of years. I ask you to go to Sinfall, seek out Renathal, and deliver to him this missive. I shall send one of my own spies, the Baroness Vosh, to meet you there.
You must not falter. If we fail...
I mean, that's been a meme for years, Ventures. So while we're flying out there, I'll go ahead and read this stupid book. This is in the game.
Walker, the time has come to resume our pursuit of the Jailer. I await you in Ouroboros.
We'll just ignore that quest for now. Just get off my screen. Thank you. Oh god damn it, I went down. So this isn't the game, so I get to give all kinds of negatives to this. To our most wondrous and resplendent master, referring to Denathrius here. I am pleased to state that after a lengthy study of our rivals, I have completed my observations. Please accept this briefing in advance of my complete report, which shall follow forthwith. We anticipate that certain of our targets will be more challenging to topple than others, but each is prone to manipulation in different ways, and our agents have already woven themselves into their very fabric. This is, after all, the solemn duty for which you sired us. As you are fond of saying, once a desire is understood, it can be exploited. Enough prologue. Let me just summarize our findings. In many ways, the Titans are the easiest to manipulate. Their singular goal to impose structure on everything they see. Show them a force that opposes their desire for order, and they'll be consumed by their urge to eradicate it. Their pantheon's so seemingly united purpose is vulnerable to fracturing. Yes, I'm not joking when I say the jailer was behind the Burning Crusade. The Void Lords all but welcome us with open arms. They're so preoccupied with their 1,000 truths that they ignore the lies we sow in their very midst. I believe we can leverage their vast reach to position them as a foil against our other rivals. We remain wary, though. Since they are observant of multiple outcomes, it's conceivable they could anticipate our coming. Oh, they're also behind the Void. Similar to the Titans, the Naru and their keepers are singular in purpose. Their adherence to a linear path is an obvious shortcoming. They savor nothing more than being proved right. So if they believe they have converted one of us to their precious light, they'll trust that agent implicitly. There's Lothraxian. The adherents to life are the most insidious of opponents, perhaps because their nature is so antithetical to our own. Still, we learned much from observing the link between them and the plane of Ardenweald, and we have high confidence a vulnerability has been identified. Our operative has already gained the trust of her target. As previously discussed, our position in the plane of disorder is proceeding flawlessly. Consuming fell energy is not a pleasant process, but a necessary one. The deception you have architected will bear fruit in ages to come. As ever, we shall be your unseen hand. We will poison every host foolish enough to invite us into their midst. I remain, as always, your faithful servant. Negatives, all of the negatives. Every single negative. I'm just going to write down a single negative right now. Oh, I already have. It's negative 149. And I'm going to type that up into a lot more than one negatives later. I'm not sure how many that's going to be. I'm going to have to divorce myself from my emotional hatred of that plot point. My virulent despising of the fact that you decided to ruin the world building of an entire franchise with a single plot point to prop up your big-dicked villain.
I see the accuser has let you out of your cage.
I am no pet to be commanded. You would do well to remember that.
Like, I'm sorry. This needs to be emphasized. I want you to imagine for a moment, really picture this, okay? That a Star Wars movie comes out. It's one movie. It's just a movie. And in the middle of the movie, it's revealed that the dark side of the Force was invented by the villain of that movie so that he could change reality or whatever. Just taking, 40 years of world building and story and just destroying all of it with a single plot point. I mean, he calls himself the jailer, Valerian, but yet, no, I think he absolutely thinks he was playing 50,000 D chess against everyone. Pitiful mortals.
From strife comes opportunity.
No, Czar, it is way worse than somehow Palpatine was returned. It is so much worse. I apparently have failed to convey how bad this is, because I'm not even sure of another setting that has done something this bad. This is ruining literal decades of storytelling with a single plot point for the sole purpose of propping up your threat of the week. Like, that last part makes it worse, too. The jailer's a threat of the week. He has no lasting power. He comes out of absolutely nowhere, and he has no significance past his exit other than on Anduin, right? That's it. He is a threat of the week. And they decided to ruin the whole franchise to prop up the threat of the week. Yeah, it's terrible, and it's insulting. I've been in Revendreth for no less than 5 minutes, and the accuser's already tried to get me to atone 3 times already. It would amuse me if the Primus had not warned me how dangerous she is in this place. It almost makes me feel sorry for Kael'thas.
We are here to hunt and destroy Dreadlords. Try not to join them this time.
Also, burn. Yeah, it's warping the setting. That's actually a good way to put it. So, hey, check it out. There's the quest we never actually saw. So here's Denathrius. He's being imprisoned here by Zerali, who we rescued in the dungeon earlier.
Darkest greetings, Walker.
Dread tidings, indeed.
We face
the Nothrezim have returned. I dare not imagine they would ever grow so bold again.
Darkness.
A shame they have not learned in their exile and have returned to us as enemies instead of family.
We are doomed.
Oh.
But not without a fight.
You have not heard the news yet. We have him, Sire Denathrius, Master of Revendreth, imprisoned within his own blade.
The drowned, the You were ever fond of saying that the Venthyr do not destroy. We educate. It is time you were reminded of Revendreth's noble purpose.
Shall we begin?
You cannot bind me here.
I am eternal! I am your master! I am Revendreth!
Remember this lesson.
Yeah, back into the sword. Boop.
Come closer, my new friend.
It may take ages upon ages, but we shall remind Denathrius of his purpose and remind him how to be beautiful in his craft once again. This place is strong with the light. Few Venthyr can tolerate such power for long without succumbing. A fitting place to teach uninterrupted.
I look upon you, and...
Yeah, remember, this guy who is so egotistical, his primary room is nothing but a shrine to worship himself, is a faithful and loyal servant of the jailer. No new negatives. I'm just mentioning it because those additional... there's a reason that particular not answered why someone's loyal to the jailer negative is multiple negatives, because it's worse with Denathrius. It makes the absence of sense in his case. And the whole thing hinges on it. A new sigil for the Venthyr would require all 7 medallions to forge. Primus was correct. The person we need is the Stone Rite. Her grievances against the unseen could fill a library, and she holds the last of the medallions we need. I believe you and I are long overdue in convincing her to join our cause. We'll make the arrangements. We shall go properly this time with gifts and diplomacy. You should have warned Chera she'll want to arrange an escort.
There is no possibility of victory. Oh, is that not exciting?
A lot of people thought either Primus or Denathrius were actually the villains the whole time. Nope! It's Big Dick.
My life for my master. So, he has finally worked up the nerve to meet with her. I must gather a worthy...
I like the female gargoyles, by the way. Very unrelated, I just haven't commented on it yet.
Why were you sent to Maldraxxus, Vaj? You have no shortage of sins.
And no shortage of victories. Can you say the same?
Yeah. Like, Kael'thas got the snot beat out of him at the end of his life, but he was a successful, like, general for a really long time. In addition to being an archmage. That would be awesome, Loke. And Lord knows that, frankly, WoW, when they really kick it up to full tilt, actually even better animation and stylings than Arcane. So, yeah, I can see that. But that might be why they don't do that, because that's expensive as hell. Thank you for telling me, Ross. And hi.
Countless ages ago, just after the first Venthyr was sired, Denathrius unveiled another creation, the Nathrezim. Forged to be the ultimate infiltrators, they bore the influence of death into the realms of our rivals, as well as the worlds of the living. Despite their subtlety, one of these incursions was discovered. In response, the full wrath of the light fell upon Revendreth, setting ablaze the ward once held by the Nathrezim. Once the Naru were routed, the Stonerite turned her anger upon the Nathrezim, blaming them for the loss of so many of her children. The armies of Maldraxxus did not rise up to defend us, so the Stonerite carved her Stone Legion to strike back against the light. The conflict was ended by Denathrius, who said he would exile them to a world beyond the Shadowlands. Denathrius never told me what became of the Nathrezim. Only later did I learn that mortal souls had come to know them by another name. The Dread.
This cart is wild. I'm just saying. Oh, absolutely, Pillars of Snow. Like, you could tell, as much as I bash 9.1, because it's the worst patch in WoW history, the fact of the matter is, you can really tell how at least some of the people in the office were doing everything they could in order to just band-aid everything. Like, okay, we're good. You'll notice the Nathrezim were essentially not even mentioned this entire time, despite the obvious connections to Denathrius.
I am not overly fond of heroes.
Would you bring me more, Walker? Be advised I have no patience for deception, and I'm not above feeding messengers to the Gargons. You can try.
I have harvested enough warriors to know the futility of war.
A letter from the Primus himself. I'd wonder what became of the old tyrant. She looks over the letter. I see.
War is a storm in the weather of conflict.
Dreadlords. Of course they would come back now, of all times. I half suspected they returned during the drought. I was not entirely convinced you were not one the first time I saw you. They've gotten more clever. No, they haven't. But not clever enough, I think. Come, follow me and do not make a fuss. Keep your weapons ready. The envoy you brought with you is not as well-intentioned as you might have thought.
My dear Stonerite, harvester of wrath.
Shall rather blade wall, how have you been, my child?
Mother of Stone, you honor me with your concern. I am well.
Impressive, considering Denathrius had you beheaded after casting Renethor into the moor. Reveal yourself, infiltrator!
I accuse you!
Always so clever. Only, I am not the infiltrator. I am the distraction. Now! Seize the medallion! Remove the interlopers!
Okay, I will give you that. Dropping portals on us is actually clever.
My power is mine to wield.
Shalra was a Nathrezim the entire time I knew her. Even in death I must contend with the schemes of the Nathrezim. I've grown too trusting in my penance.
Until you need me yet again.
I do too. They'll just know. Can we have that outfit, please? The Stonerite's medallion must not stay in the hands of the Nathrezim. From what the accuser explained of your mission, the medallion is required if we wish to forge a new sigil of the Venthyr. I have no doubt that's why Nalragas and her ilk executed their ambush now. The medallions are not subtle magic, and their effect are almost easily tracked. I suggest we give chase.
Do not presume to judge me.
Nathrezim, Dreadlords, unseen guests, call them what you will. They are a race that was crafted to be the greatest collection of spies and infiltrators in reality. And their big infiltration is they can shapeshift. As I've pointed out many times, Dreadlords are terrible at infiltration. In fact, it even makes a weird amount of sense because they are lazy. They can shapeshift, and they lean on that, so they don't actually infiltrate. They're just like, whoop, hey, it's me, your friend. Their intrusion has underestimated 3 things. Kael'thas Sunstrider, Baroness Vosge, and Horde Runner. Okay, you got me there, game. I have brought a tool Kael'thas and I used to detect Nothrazine when we were under Illidan, and I am the matron of spies. Let's hunt these intruders down.
Do not use this to see through the Nathrazine's disguises.
Hang on, wait, Magister! I accuse you! Being an eel. Pretty much, Kennex Cow. Pretty much.
A harvester without a medallion! You are but a shadow of your former fury.
I accuse you of being a demon.
Your arrogance stains this realm.
I don't mind there being the female models, but it's funny to me how many of the Nothrazim here are female. You can tell they really wanted to show off the new model. So there's like a disproportionate number of women here.
This. What fate do you suppose was chosen for him?
You assume he is both dead and mortal. I am not sure either is true.
Interestingly enough, he is arguably mortal, but he is not dead. And we'll never see him again. I accuse you. Of course, immediately after I say they're all women, I see a guy. First guy we've seen, though.
We have already won.
You want to know the real worst part about the Nothrazine plot twist? The worst. The actual worst. It's their connection to the jailer. The fact this is once again the jailer he's Mary Suing. He's twisting the narrative completely around him. One of the most long-standing villainous races in the entire franchise has always been his pawns, because they are pawns of his pawn for no explained reason. So it actually kind of makes the Denathrius thing even worse. It's just... I feel like I am inadequately conveying it. I apologize. I'll try to stop banging on about it, because it's just... I'm trying to explain how big space is. And I keep stuttering on it, because all I can keep saying is that it's big. I apologize. I will try to improve.
I regret nothing. Wait, no, everything.
Jailer bad. I mean, it's the jailer problem, right? Capital P, using my own terminology. It is multiple concurrent plot points that all make each other worse by their connection.
I wield more than enough fury to deal with you.
Vengeance awaits.
Yeah, the Sister of Takuma was terrible. Truly terrible.
I was once allied with these fiends.
Is that a hint of remorse? How unlike you.
Your Stoneborn cannot find us all! We are everywhere!
And you can't make more of you, so you're a finite race right now. God damn it, Ross. Yep, the sister of Takuba invented the Borg.
The plan nears fruition.
Yes, that's Mal'Ganis. Yes, that Mal'Ganis.
Ah, Illidan's lackeys. Anotheron sends his regards.
Meanwhile, Violin's like, I'm gonna salvage this scene if it kills me! Yeah, Mal'Ganis, if you remember, was the very first Dreadlord we, the players, ever saw. Arguably, Tichondrius was a bigger fish. But Mal'Ganis got that ball started. Human campaign, Warcraft 3.
And what can this humble fallen prince do for you today?
Yeah, exactly, Xavion. It's just it's the same problem with most of the jailer problems. It's cranked up to 11 to make them a bigger threat. We have infiltrated all of reality, all of the different shards of reality, and we've been in charge of everything all along. I have spoken with the Stone Rite. Shelra fell to the Master when I was a prisoner of the Maw. She was my friend and protector through countless ages, and I did not know she had been slain, her identity stolen. One more sin for Denathrius to atone for.
There is a simplicity in inevitability.
Mal'Ganis. It's been many ages since I've said his name, and now I must hunt him down. If he has the Medallion of Wrath, then there's nowhere he can hide. We can use the other medallions to locate him. And join me in Sinfall and bring your Dreadlord hunting party. I suspect we'll have need of them.
More Walker, with me. The rest of you make for Sinfall. I want that medallion back. And Mal'Ganis' head on a spike.
Yep, my speed is so great, it's greater than godlike speed. How many miles an hour is that? Which is funny considering what they did with Tichondrius, Mr. Floyd. You know, the actual Dreadlord with the most screen time. Or Veramothras, the other one.
Ah! Our potential savior of the Shadowlands has arrived.
The Nathrazim may not be Venthyr, nor are they crafted from souls. In many ways, they are more my siblings than my fellow Venthyr. A shame what they have chosen to become.
There is a simplicity.
Shelra, Ragus, would not have worked alone. We must assume the worst, and not all of our friends and allies are who they seem to be. It'll take time for the Court of Harvesters to render our detection ritual. While we do so, I ask you to use your techniques to root out any Nathrazim in our ranks.
You and me against the end of reality. We might need some help.
One does not resist the Master's will.
If the Nathrazim have infiltrated Sinfall, they will be communicating, not just through hand gestures or spoken words. They like to use magical written messages, concealed by a simple cantrip, invisible to average observers. However, I've developed an incantation that shall allow you to see these. Find the cryptograms, bring me their contents.
The Stoneborn are my children. Choose your actions carefully.
Yeah, Jaina was always a Dreadlord, oh my god!
Approach freely.
I accuse you of being a Dreadlord.
We are a long way from Silithus.
They did their homework on which Dreadlords they're bringing here, I'll give them that. Because there's been a few bajillion of them. So we're going to see a bunch of those.
This is where you perform your penance. It suits you, little prince.
My days as a prince have ended. One of many changes I have endured.
You're kidding, Mr. Floyd. Ignoring the fact that he literally just called him out by name. I'm going to just shatter your reality here because this is Mal'Ganis as a raid boss. So, you know, that's cool. That's why I mentioned the whole thing about him being the first Dreadlord we the players ever see, because he's the main Dreadlord here.
Revendreth will endure. Wretched mortal, you are already too late.
I mean, any Nathrazim we kill should probably stay dead, but then again, they were demons, so they get regenerated as demons. But, like, they're innately death beings. That's actually a thing that's pointed out. They're crafted death beings. So, surely killing them in the Death Realm permanently kills them, right? Right? Can we have some permanent death for these assholes, please? Like, real talk for a second, I'd be okay if we never see another Dreadlord. I'm kind of sick of them. There were several that were interesting all the way back in Warcraft 3, and a couple that were interesting in WoW, but they're just mooks at this point. And tiresome mooks. Yeah, and also they're behind everything in the entire setting, which is... Can we, as a people, just admit we're good? Yeah, I don't want Denathrius to come back. In fact, just to make this even more ridiculous, I mentioned earlier that the Dreadlords are super loyal to the Jailer. So, the idea here is actually pretty simple. Remember, when the story was being written out and outlined, Denathrius died. It wasn't until essentially last minute that they decided to save him and make it so that they could bring him back at some point. So most of the storylines after Denathrius is dead don't even acknowledge him as existing, as if he died. So that's why they're all loyal to the Jailer, because their actual master was gone, and then they retconned that in mid-stride. Now, I like that idea, Ismaristar. Like, imagine we go, and it's like, oh, yeah, so, a whole bunch of demon hunters were bored and got together and wiped out all the Nathrazim.
Behold, the displeased with my prices.
You know, you don't have to reveal your... Never mind. The Comptroller! No! It was always the Baylor. It is time to at last remove this stain upon the reality. I don't know, Mr. Floyd. I guess we'll see when we get there. I'd say hopefully today, but we're still mired in 9.1.
Come forth, catalyst of change.
I will not tolerate war between my children of stone.
This does not make sense. Their goals seem too widespread. My assumption was that they had planned to steal my medallion to Dice' new sigil, but their designs go beyond that. Their designs are to rewrite all of reality.
Becomes your true fate.
So, Lady Meltranix, I task you with securing information regarding the asset. We must know both the security and maintenance of the asset's location. Kisdranath, stall them. Find any way to slow down the advancing power of the Maulwalker and their allies. If there's a way to choke their economy, do so. If there's a way to make supplies go missing, make it happen. Now, Ragus, do not kill Renathal. I know you'll be tempted, but we still need him, and his death would upset the Master. Jeneth, be mindful of the forces being sent to the Maw. If Sinfall is foolish enough to distribute forces into that place, we must find a way to infiltrate them and ensure their defeat. Thalia Trovan, infiltrate the Dredgers, get to know them. They can go places most cannot. Mafralan, search the archives. Sinfall is home to ancient knowledge and must learn what's happening to Kivredin. She's been lost to us for long enough, and it's time we recovered her. Solinar, I want a detailed log of all peoples entering or leaving Sinfall, frequency, guard rotation, so on. Most importantly, watch the Dredgers. We will need them for the final stage of the plan. Sathravar, get out there now. Your identity is about to be discovered. Sabil walks the halls of Sinfall once more, and she'll remember the smell of your aura. Leave before it's too late, but avoid arousing suspicions. Fake your death if you have to. Mal'Ganis, yours shall be the greatest challenge. Infiltrate Renathal's inner circle. Walk side by side with our brother and ensure he comes to no harm. Endear yourself to the Azerothians and allay their suspicions. When the time is right, we will give you the honor of revealing my plan to Renathal. Deatharok, if you fail us again, I will personally flay you. When Mal'Ganis springs his trap, you are responsible for recovering the asset. Do not fail me. This is the Master's final order, and I will see it executed correctly. Who's writing this?
Welcome, my fellow doomed friend.
Subterfuge and counterinsurgence was never my strong suit. We always had souls sent here that were better at that than I at such tasks.
We face the unending...
we're ready. The Court of Harvesters shall use the power of the medallions we have gathered thus far to locate the Medallion of Wrath. So long as they have not removed it from the realm, we should be able to divine its presence. This is not an easy ritual. The Nathrezim specialize in avoiding detection. When you see the path, take it and move with speed.
Come, my fellow harvesters. Let us summon Wrath to find Wrath.
I believe so, Mr. Floyd. He was in Frozen Throne, regardless.
My vengeance will not wait. We strike now. Beware niceties in this realm. None of us are sent here by accident.
The Medallion of Wrath is more than just a powerful artifact. In the hands of a Nathrezim, it could use to shape this realm to their dark purpose. What's more, while they hold it, we're denied the ability to forge a new sigil. They've already nearly destroyed the Ember Ward with their reckless schemes. I will not have my medallion used for their ends. Let's go get it back.
The Stoneborn are my children. Choose your actions carefully. Reveal yourself, Mal'Ganis.
The Harvester of Wrath. How I have missed your purity of conviction. A pity it will now be lost forever. Nathrezim, bring me her fangs.
Yeah, again, someone's clearly trying here as Miristar, which almost makes this worse, really. What's worse, accidental slop or someone really, really trying their best to make Starfield? I mean, slop. Yeah, Swift Shot's just like, hi! Alright, I got your back. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Luthor. Welcome to the fact that the Nothrazim were always behind everything forever. The entire franchise was all the Jailer's plan. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, you're never going to let that go. No, I am. The moment we leave Shadowlands, I am never going to bring that up again.
Mal'Ganis, we need not be enemies. Join us to save Revendreth and end...
We were never in exile, you gullible fool. It was all part of the Master's plan. While you remained fixated on a paltry medallion, we seized the true prize, Remornia, with the Sire's essence held within it. Our mission never changed. For eons, we have done the Master's bidding in secret across countless realities. The Legion, the Scourge, Argus, all pawns in a game beyond your grasp. One that now nears its end.
Don't worry, we will never see Denathrius again.
And your realm. They are dust in the face of our sire's true ambition. If only you had just obeyed.
Hello, Walker.
You thought I was joking. They really are behind everything. He even flat out says it right there. The Legion. They're behind the Legion. Jesus freaking Christ. Moving on.
The lack of souls, the jailer. All connected.
I will gather my forces and dispense a portion to Korthia immediately. Also see to it they are provided the tools Baroness Vosh and Kael'thas were able to conjure so we might further defend against Nothrazim incursions. Other duties require my attention before I can descend on Korthia. I must secure dominance keep against further infiltrators. I suppose the Primus will want an update. You may tell him you were successful.
War is a storm in the weather of conflict.
Cool.
Come! Join us, my dear friend. You have arrived just in time for tea.
Damn it, Valerian, I knew it! If it wasn't for the Nothrazim, I never would have stumbled that one time, which meant I never would have actually hurt my foot, so I could have actually been able to go to the ball that one day and impress him. And then my life would be complete. That rock in the road ruined my life. And it was always placed there on purpose by the jailer. Yeah, I'll figure out how many negatives I'm giving that later, because it's so many. It's so many. I'm gonna have to actually put some thought and some real detached logic into deciding how many negatives that's going to be. Let's see, when was the last time a Nothrazim was taken seriously in Warcraft? Honestly, my knee-jerk thought is Frozen Throne. Varimathras, specifically. But I was gonna say, Balnazar is probably as close as they've gotten. I mean, if we're being 100% honest, even in Legion, Balnazar was something. So, Balnazar and Veramathras. But all the others? Like, I remember distinctly going to, I believe it was Decimus in Vanilla, and being kind of gobsmacked that Dreadlords were just generic named enemies there. I mention that because that is probably the exact moment at which it was like, oh, so they're just another mook now. Yeah, random level 36 mobs in Decimus. I think it was Decimus. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, in our Warcraft, if you see a Nothrazim, it's going to be a big frickin' deal. It's how the Cathraxi should have been, and were for a long time.
Fate has drawn you here.
Your strength in battle remains uncontested. Today, though, you prove your strength in diplomacy. You've already issued orders for the deployment of the Stone Rights forces. Well done, bringing her to the fold.
Do not
What about
forsake
the Nothrazim?
your duty. Now that Renethal has reclaimed the medallions, the Venthyr can forge a new sigil to replace the one Denathrius surrendered to Zoval. Yet you must remain vigilant, Marwalker. The return of the Nothrazim bodes ill for us all.
I'd say it never comes up again, but that's actually a lie. I believe it comes up once after this. Literally once. I don't know what you're referencing, Mr. Floyd. You're gonna have to help me out here. Oh, that's that. I'm gonna do that. Okay. So that was so we've already done Maldraxxus, we've done Venthyr, now it's time to do Ardenweald. I forgot what a slog these were.
Marwalker, the time has come to resume our pursuit of the jailer.
I should mention I had to abandon that MSQ to pick up the earlier MSQ. And every time I go to Oribos, it tries to give me that MSQ again. And I keep going down like an idiot. That's my fault, I'm stupid. The third time I've done that. No, Wrathgate was Veramathras' fault.
How may I serve?
I was actually thinking about it. I would probably do the same thing with the Pit Lords, the Annihilans. Every Annihilan should probably be named. Every Nothrazim should probably be named. Cathraxi, that's an easy one. Naru, to use something on a non-evil side of things. I knew it, Mr. Floyd! Everyone looks pink to you. Or not pink, as the case may be. I kind of like the idea of Death Knights and Liches also being unique. No generic of either. I know that's quite contradictory. There's Death Knights and Liches all over the place, which don't even have names. But screw that. Well, no, because then there's Paladins, Xavion. And, you know, honestly, a lot of things, actually. As usual, the jailer continues to be a merry Sue.
My long slumber has ended.
So now what?
Night embrace you.
I have dreamed that Tyrande Whisperwind is crucial to the survival of Ardenweald. Right, this quest. The Night Fae have been searching for warriors like her who were once Night Warriors. We have recruited an ancient ally of Azeroth, Hull in the High Mountain, to look for them. Yes, I know, thank you. Elune's power is too much for any mortal to contain, even Tyrande. I do not know how much longer she can hold on. Allow me to explain further that you must hurry to meet Hull in Maldraxxus. Why did you bring me to Ardenweald to go to Maldraxxus?
Ardenweald will survive the drought. This I swear. I am bound to both the dream and...
I'm not reading that loud. That's literally just a summary of the cutscenes we saw during the Ardenweald campaign. So we're just going to skip past that. And now we're going to go to Maldraxxus. Bye! That was literally a quest to just come here so I could go to Maldraxxus. Literally. But that's not really an opposition, Valerian. And that doesn't change my answer at all. So I'm with that. Damn those Luines. Always getting in the way. Almost assuredly. This was right about when they made it so you could switch covenants, wasn't it? So they were like, okay, here! Because, yeah, we are clearly bouncing between them. The only one left after this is Bastion. Ah, okay. Oh, faster, please. Ugh. We're not even going to make it to 9.2 today. When do you think we should do the Blood Elf thing? Because I know you said it was 9.2.5, but that's after everything. They'll be like, alright, we beat the jailer, but now, Blood Elves. I really forgot what a freaking slog 9.1 is. I mean, we can do it as an epilogue. I'm fine with that. We did that on... Who did we do the Blood Elf quest on? It was Zalash, right? I think it was Zalash. I've got a lot of Blood Elves, okay? Yeah, I need to figure out when we're doing the Reclamation of Lordaeron, too. I haven't decided that yet. We already have the quest unlocked. I can go do it right now. I mean, we could do it after we defeat the jailer. One last snippet of positivity to conclude Shadowlands on. Instead of ending with the jailer, because he's the finale, otherwise. That's not a bad idea. Let's do that. Let's go have like the worst thing, and then we'll have some little positive stuff.
Allow devourers to gain a
Please shut up, Draka. You're in the maw right now. Shush.
Ah, Mawwalker. I have been expecting you. Greetings, traveler.
Words of your deeds have spread across the Shadowlands. I knew we would be able to find this Night Warrior swiftly.
Hunt with pride.
Though my hunt has been arduous, I have two promising leads on additional Night Warriors. The first is here in Maldraxxus. This tower contains records of someone, the Blade of the Night. I believe this is our next Night Warrior. I encountered many traps here. Yeah, I've actually already done this quest.
My expertise is in reading tracks, not tomes. Let us see what we can learn of our quarry.
Did they change his voice actor, by the way? Because... Also, we have done this exact quest. Literally, this exact quest. Well, you see, Cairn is an ancestral spirit, which means he doesn't go to the constructed afterlives, because there aren't any. They don't exist. Sorry. I've been thinking about this.
I could have seen that one.
Like, this is literally copy-paste a quest. I'm not joking, by the way. We did this with a broker, remember? It was a side quest in Maldraxxus. These are the exact same interactions, with the exact same items, and the exact same progression in the exact same tower. The only thing that's different is his vocal responses to it.
Another trap. Remnants of a spider's web surround the book.
Now, I get it. I even tell you from a programming perspective how you would copy a quest, and then paste it, and then change around a couple of strings and a couple of vocal files. It would be a lot less time and a lot less investment and effort to make than making a brand new quest. And this is 9.1 when everything was at its absolute worst. So, yeah, okay, I understand. I do. As usual, I sympathize. It doesn't make the result better, but I do sympathize. Yeah, I noticed we haven't even walked into the Shards of Domination system. I'm not even sure it exists in the game at this point. Like, I'm really not sure. I suppose we'll find out.
Note the claw marks on the tome's cover.
No, we'll get there. We'll get there. At some point. I just noticed I have a quest to go deal with Helia's minions. She's removed from the narrative already. And when I say removed from the narrative, I freaking mean that. We have not seen hide nor hair of her since. And I kind of hope we never do.
We chose poorly.
Wah wah.
Someone does not wish to be found. It seems our quarry is fond of acids and poisons.
Like you do. Better an acid trap than an acid trip, am I right? Okay. Hang on, let me heal really quick.
Clearly, we pursue a spy from the House of Eyes.
Indeed you do. And you will tell me why.
I like that it's Khalik, by the way. She's been there with Vosh this whole time.
Secrets for the eyes.
Tyrande Whisperwind, a night warrior from my world, is in dire peril. We require former night warriors to join us in a ritual to aid her.
To spare her a grisly death, you mean? As we are allies, I will assist you. But not before my current mission is complete. Speak in whispers.
I am not opposed to helping you, but there are matters I must attend to first.
Our house will...
I have a task set before me by my late Baroness Lady Vosh. With assistance, my vengeance would be swift, but she must approve of your help as well as release me to assist in your task. Go to the seat of the Primus, where Baroness Vosh is.
I must now make for Revendreth.
Instead of
good hunting,
where she actually is. I'm sorry.
Meet me at the seat of the Primus.
I'm sorry. I get that travel is a thing, but if you're paying attention, literally the quest immediately before this, directly before this was, I am sending Lady Vosh to Korthia so that she can make sure to distribute the items so that we don't get so we can find any dreadlords that are there. That's where she is. Not right here. It's a really minor point, but I'm just pointing it out because these quests really do feel like they have nothing to do with each other. Which makes sense if this is... Yeah, exactly, Huthor. If this is just the Covenants again. Remember, the Covenants barely connected with each other anyways last time, so this tracks.
I will not be Kalik. Purge Kel'Thuzad's loyalists from the House of Rituals. Then you may aid the Night Warrior.
By your leave, Baroness. Observe everything.
Okay, so Zelmany was integral in the fall of my Margrave. Sindain believes he is trying to gather forces loyal to Kel'Thuzad so they may help in the next plot. Let's go kill him then.
Silence is the surest armor.
There are those who held their affiliation with Kel'Thuzad secret even after he made his move. They were too involved in the fall of my Margrave, and they too shall die. I have one name, Dravaora, but there are more. Sindain has indicated that these traitors carry marks of favor. I don't know who has them, so we'll start killing till we find them.
Observe everything.
The last name on my list is a lich named Falzinj. Sindain has been keeping a close eye on him to learn more of what Kel'Thuzad is planning next. She wishes for Falzinj's execution to be brutal. We'll find him in Exoramus, in the House of Rituals.
Our house will... Baroness, did you know this Tyrande Whisperwind in life?
Yes.
I know she is hard to kill. Focus on your mission, Kalik.
As you command.
And that's a shame, because Vosh and Tyrande actually do have history. It's in the books. Because it was during the War of the Ancients. But that's all the acknowledgement we're getting of that. And yeah, I noticed Huthor. That's why I didn't even read it out loud, because he was literally just, here's the stuff that happened in the Night Fae campaign. And here's why Holm is here all of a sudden. I feel bad at this point. Like, it's starting to get weird giving so many negatives to all this.
You betrayed Agarek will suffer. Night Warrior or not, I do not rest until the last foe is dead at my feet.
Oh, exactly, Valerian. My heart goes out to these poor people. Keep in mind, this was also during COVID, and, well, to put this in simplicity, this is post-2008.
Maldraxxus is ours!
In other words, most people... Shut up. Most people who were working at Blizzard at this point in time probably weren't super eager to try and find another job. Not a hard mentality to understand. So most people were probably trying to actually keep their jobs at Blizzard during all this nonsense. I bring that up because I've actually heard that a few times from people who are like, why didn't they just look for other jobs when all this crap was going on? It's like, whoever said that has never been in that state of having to look for another job when times are tough. You know? I mean, hell, looking for a job is pretty much, for, I'd say, most of my adult life, if not all of it, been a thing. I'd say the last time it was a relatively easy time to get a job here in the United States would have been sometime in the 60s or 50s. Even that might be highballing it a bit. And yeah, in California, in Irvine, all you have to do is find another job in another place and move. Don't mistake me.
Kel'Thuzad's minions continue his schemes, even in his absence. We must slaughter them all.
Yeah, move mid-COVID. Have fun! No, don't mistake me. I'm still giving every negative that this deserves because it is still terrible. The difference is that I'm not spitting venom at the people who made this junk. Just the junk. Ugh, 2008. We are still recovering. That's not even the right word. We are still feeling.
Under Kel'Thuzad's command, these liches.
We are still feeling the the aftershocks of 2008 to this very day, and that is very frustrating on so many levels. Yeah, we never really stopped feeling 2008 is really what I mean there. Will it get better? I think it will. The question is, how painful is it going to be to reach that point? Jesus Christ, Valerian. No, I didn't hear that. Pretty much, Valerian. I was talking even last year before the election that we're going to see a split in political parties, and the last couple of months have been doing a really hard job, have been going out of their way to prove me right on that.
It seems Kel'Thuzad's minions continue his schemes, even in his absence. We must slaughter them all.
Hey, okay, jeez. So much slaughtering, God.
What? Margrave! Stop this treachery!
I was the one who summoned them, Falzunge. Now die.
Kel'Thuzad will return.
That traitor will get what he deserves as well.
He and all his filth will be expunged.
Silence.
It's so nice to see people actually getting along, you know? Yeah, God damn it, Valerian. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Not that it matters and not that anyone cares, but if anybody cares, today is a blackout day. Just as a show of solidarity to prove that people can unionize and not buy things from large-scale corporations for a day. If you feel like participating. Call it a test bed. See how much we really can unify. Or can't, as the case may be.
I do as my Baroness commands.
Yeah, I'm actually eating cereal today in order to follow through on that idea. And ramen. I have some ramen, too. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, I think I know what that means there. There it is.
I believe we know where to find our target. Let us not keep him waiting.
Okay, let's kill this guy. Yeah, like this whole thing we're doing with the liches is another thing I probably wouldn't do. Liches probably shouldn't be trivialized like this, you know?
What do you desire? Keep to the shadows.
The last of the traitors is... the last of the traitors is dead. I will not bring our Margrave back, but I'm still pleased. My Baroness wished to inform Margrave Sindane the job was done.
Our house will persevere.
And we'll go deal with that in just a second. First, I want to say a couple of thank yous. Thank you, Valerian. I do always appreciate. Thank you. I thought it was today. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah. That's actually a really good usage of that, or rather, a good way to explain how terrible that is, to quote it. You realize what this means, right? We're not going to finish Shadowlands today. There's no way 9.1 is just taking too goddamn long. So, that sucks. And I'm not streaming tomorrow. So that gives us Monday. So I'll put that towards FF14 patch trail. Wow, War Within. Wow, Midnight. Thank you. And then Timonash, thank you. For 6 years of support. I will not, Evo. I do not enjoy interacting with party family stuff. So that's 6 years? Hang on. 34, 36, 48, 50. Yeah, 6 years. I'm right. And so that anniversary sub will go towards World Trader, plus DLCs. Pathfinder, Roth, Righteous, and Alan, wait, possibly just one. Thank you. I mean, honestly, if it was just close family, I wouldn't even be bothered by it. But let's just say that all that cleaning I've been doing lately is specifically for the family who's coming to visit. Oh, right, there it is. Wrong way, Lore. It's fine. It's not like it's bad. It's not like it's biological family. That would be awful. God. But no, it's fine. I just hate losing an entire day of streaming. To be really honest with you about it. And it will be a day spent cleaning and setting up packages and all that stuff. Once we actually get to the present opening, that'll be fine. If nothing else, the kids will enjoy that. And that's always enjoyable.
What do you seek?
Hold Runner, it seems Hull got into some trouble, and it's complicated. We could use your help in Revendreth.
We will reconvene in Ardenweald, Mawwalker. Do not tarry.
Even now we contend with Kel'Thuzad's schemes. What else has he set in motion?
Really want to know? Oh, God. Yeah, I'm really, 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 really dreading Armored Core 6. I mean, I always have been, but, like, my dread on that is getting worse after months of playing this game, which I know you all hate, but from my perspective has been awesome. To go to a FromSoft game? Like, imagine playing, like, the smoothest, funnest, like, least stressful game imaginable, and then going straight into a FromSoft game from that. Oh, that's gonna suck. It's okay, I'm sure the interface at least is not as bad as your typical Souls-like, right?
How fare your battles? Fight well.
I'd like to at least finish this quest chain before I cut off for lunch. First picture, Mr. Red. The curved blade. Out of curiosity, Bregwin, did you ever do the file confirmation, whatever thing, Bregwin? Thingamabob? I'm just curious, because you are running into some wild bugs. And I know it's you, and you've almost got my track record for bugs. But, wow. Thank you, Jay Palmer. Give me a moment. I will jot that down. For Halo, SPV3, Sky Odyssey, Siphon, Filter, Dart, Mirror. Not close enough, Jay Palmer. I actually don't know how far we are through 9.1. There's got to be at least one more quest chain. Probably two. Because we're currently doing the Ardenweald quest chain. We just did the Revendreth quest chain. Before that we did the Maldraxxi quest chain. So that leaves Bastion. And then we have to hit Sanctum. And then we have to do the follow-through after that. And that'll finally lead to the quest I typically have already, which is that one right there. Which will lead us to 9.2. No. That is the next raid.
Enemies approach. Man the mirrors. Those that...
Mawwalker! Down here! Is that all?
Glad you could get here so quickly. We've run into a bit of a hiccup.
Such witty repartee!
Huln is somewhere in the area, but the Stonewright isn't letting anyone into her territory because of the recent trouble with the Dreadlords. The guards won't let anyone in, and they're kicking out anyone who doesn't look like they belong. Lucky for Huln, Cudgelface and I came up with a foolproof plan. We just need to look like we belong. Are you going to try and polymorph yourself to infiltrate people who are currently looking for polymorphers?
Never a dull. We need to look like we belong. So you and I are going to don some disguises. We'll ask if anyone has seen Huln. He's sure to stick out like a broken twig around here.
You just worry about them keen-eyed ones. They'll see through you right quick.
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
Ignore the mace I've been using this entire time, which clearly marks me as the Mawwalker.
Watch out! That's one of them what can tell you're disguised.
Right. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be...
No. We don't do that here.
Alright. I actually have to give this a negative. Hear me out for a second. Obviously, there was the thing with Vosh earlier, but what I was about to say was, hang on, we just helped her with her infiltration, right, with the Nathrezim. So there is absolutely no reason we couldn't just walk in as the Mawwalker and say, hey, it's me, the Mawwalker. I'm looking for home. Please help me find him. And at that exact moment in time,
maybe that would know something.
I realized the problem. Because the problem is, these used to be Covenant quests, which you could only do if you were that Covenant. So these were designed as if I didn't just do that Revendreth quest, and I'm now doing this Ardenweald quest. This is the problem I mentioned briefly with Vosh earlier, but made worse.
What is it? Are you done? No. But we will slaughter any intruders on sight.
Oh, right, we will. Oh, yes, definitely. Slaughter. Carry on, then.
I think we need to be a bit more specific.
Like, this is cute and all. But there is absolutely no reason we can't just walk up and be like, oi, we're looking for home. And that's it. That's the end. There's no drama. There's no having to sneak through our allies' base in a manner in which they are currently actively looking for. Evening, officer. I'm just going to take this very non-suspicious route around you here. Don't mind me. Hi, officer. I'm also going to be very non-suspiciously walking away from you. Don't mind me. Look, I enjoy a good stealth section as much as the next person. In fact, it was one of my favorite parts about Mechagon, the dungeon.
Hello, fellow Stoneborn. Might we ask you a question?
No, you may not.
Also, there's Mal'Ganis. Why is he captured? Why did we not kill him? We have him at our mercy. Kill him, you idiots!
This had better be important.
I'm busy with this Dreadlord filth. Find something useful to do before the Stone Rite gets angry. You don't want to see her angry.
Are you done?
The Dreadlord catches your eye, wishing to speak. Oh my god. I couldn't either, Xavion. And frankly, I don't think they even thought of it. Yeah, no. No chopping up, no whatever. Just completely bathe him in destructive energy until his broken down to composite molecules. Anyways, free me from this prison, mortal, and you will have my favor. I am aligned with powers greater than these pathetic puppets of their masters. They have no concept of the true forces at work. All I need are the sigils of binding, which hold me. The rest I can take care of. Free me, and you'll be granted untold power. We just beat you. Like, two quest chains ago. We are the ones who defeated you, and then bound you here. You see what I mean? This is so obviously supposed to be done by someone who has not done the Revendreth quest. And then they just kind of daisy-chained these together.
We really helping him escape?
Of course not. We're just gonna have a bit of fun.
Now, yeah, don't worry. We're not actually letting him go. I knew this. because I remember being mad at that thought. I remember stopping right there, because I was in voice chat with Pax, and saying, are you freaking kidding me? Are we going to release him? And the answer is no, of course not. That really is stupid. Thank you for not being quite that bad. If we actually released him right now, I would have to do another one of those pause and think about how many negatives that is.
They just leave these lying around?
What are you doing, Muckborn?
Oh, Stone Ride wants these kept safe, mate. Wouldn't want to make her angry, right, eh?
Take them. Quickly.
It would be funny in exactly how horrifically awful it is, but no, it wouldn't be surprising. Really, it wouldn't. It's like, and now that we've defeated you, Mal'Ganis, let's free you. Let's release you. Oh, I don't even know. I really would have to think about it, J. Palmer. I would have to sit and process how dumb that is. Yes, that's Jim Cummings voicing Cudgelface. Jim Cummings and Dominic Keating are the two primary voice actors they brought for the, oh god, I forget what they're called. The Dredgers. Yeah, no, this is Shadowlands. It is believable that they would be that stupid. But no. We're not that bad. How many negatives would I get? Oh man. Okay, so hang on. So like the internal continuity is obvious because it's happening because, you know, it's ignoring that we just imprisoned him. The fact that we're doing it at all is stupid, so that's cutscene incompetence. The fact that it's being done just so he can be a raid boss later, that's really dumb, so that's because plot. Let's see, so that's 3 categories of negatives so far. Let me think about that. I think I could actually swing another cutscene incompetence for the fact that we get away with that right in front of several people who are guarding him by literally staring at him. Like, imagine you're just staring at a prisoner and someone just walks up and starts freeing him right in front of you. And you're just like, what are you doing? I'm freeing the prisoner, obviously. Okay. Also, the player is fully aware of what he did, so that's some external continuity negatives there. And there's actually, what would I call that? The what, Vigilant? I'm sorry. Whoop. No, that's what I meant. That's why it's external continuity, J. Palmer. External continuity at this point would be connecting to Warcraft 3, not WoW. And again, Mal'Ganis is one of the big Dreadlords. He is. Of all the Dreadlords to bring in, he's a good pick, especially since Balnazar, the other big Dreadlord, is permanently destroyed. And so is Varimathras. So they're both permanently gone. So yeah, it actually makes sense that the only big Dreadlord left is Mal'Ganis.
Excellent. Now, we tell that nice guard just how easy it was to collect these.
And they tell us where to find your bloke. You think like the Fangs, Miss Wings.
That is not a compliment. Future reference. Oh wow, I literally just turned back into an earthen when I dash. That's funny. Oh, okay, I know what you're referencing, Vigilant. I'm sorry. Reagan, yes. Look, Secret Service is... Yeah. That's true. Tichondrius should still be around, actually. He is... You're right. I actually forgot. I'm sorry. That is my bad. You're right. There is another major Dreadlord out there, Tichondrius. I honestly don't remember what happens to the other major named ones, like Deathrock or,
You dare to lurk about these grounds?
You know what? I'm not sure I can come up with another one. They really should have J. Palmer. It's actually kind of debatable at this point. But let's just go with yes and leave it at that. Like, the retcon about the nature of the Nothrezim throws into question if they're permanently dead or not. So we're just going to go with yes and leave it at that.
Get on with it.
So that Dreadlord tried to bribe me into freeing him. These sigils of binding weren't very secure. Oh, the Stone Right's chisel. She could have turned me into rubble for letting him escape. Thank you. Of course.
Away with you. There was an incident on the wall, but the Stoneborn Honor Guard brought it to an end.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What is it?
Crumble me. Looks like he went and got himself nicked by the bigwigs. Oi! Don't trust them things. None of them got sent here by accident, eh?
So our big missing blue got himself dragged off to the big squays. Fortunately, I'm wise to the prize. Just soft-footed and we're working there. Find your moose, avoid all contact like the fangs, and chisel out of there like we're masons. Follow? What?
What's this?
Worthless fool. You shall regret this betrayal soon enough.
Mal'Ganis, let me get... I'm gonna hold up a dictionary.
Should we be worried about him?
It's not my fault he can't take a joke. So, where are we headed?
Up and inside, where the squeezers are taken for, processing.
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna hold up a dictionary to the word betrayal. I want you to really look at this word and process this for a second. No, J. Palmer. Demons either go... Well, first of all, the Shadowlands don't exist anymore. But second of all, demons go back to the Nether or nowhere. Even in Shadowlands, the expansion, that is still true. Did you piss? What are you doing? Look at this asshole. Get out of my way. Demon Lands. It's just a whole... It's just a really, really big office with cubicles. And everyone's just waiting their turn to be summoned.
You are late. We have anima in need of extraction, and the Stone Right is occupied. Begin the process, and be quick about it.
Right. Off we go, then.
Okay.
Got a gig for me? Hey.
So, how exactly does this work?
Well, you see, the fangs make them face what put them in Revendreth.
Tell me about the bad stuff you did, or else.
Never!
Not quite. This place is about wrath, eh? Anger.
Right! Sassy Spriggans, greedy grove-killing thrust, scenery-chewing gorm.
Their anger, not yours.
Oh, that makes much more sense.
How dare you put a plus to story in the middle of this nonsense, Moonberry? How dare you? I'm almost mad about that.
This wasn't...
Right. Let's give it another...
Got it! You're a special one. So, tell me about your mother.
She was my world, and she was slain in front of me!
Blimey, that worked. Keep going.
Would you say the loss of your mother made you angry?
I grew up suffering. I had no one else!
Yeah, that's the stuff.
And do you think losing her led you to a life of murder and rage?
Maybe. I just...
Might you have been responsible for quite a few dead mothers yourself?
Yes, I was.
Well, I think we had a breakthrough. Good session.
Done so soon. Impressive.
Jesus, Moonberry. That's actually a little effective? Yeah, Moonberry, we need you. You're in the wrong afterlife.
This had better be important. The intruder? Why do you want to know?
Well, we're the cleaning crew, obviously. Interrogating them trespassers makes a mighty mess, doesn't it?
Then you will have no shortage of work. I have never seen the Stone Rites so furious.
No! We have to hurry! So nice to see you.
Sounds like Holm was taken somewhere else by the Stone Knight herself. Should look for signs she came through the area. Hopefully it'll lead to Holm.
Always a pleasure.
I just noticed Moonberry's title. Lore. What, Moonberry sounds like every gargoyle I've ever seen. Secretly Mickey Mouse.
Pretty good at this gig, Miss Wings.
Meh. The dead mother trope is such lazy writing.
Her title is Inconspicuous Stone Fiend, by the way. It's not obvious because you can't see it right now. What's up? God damn it! I don't even know how to get up from here. Okay. You.
You dare to lurk about these grounds?
Thank you. Yeah, you can't mount during that quest, by the way. So it's quite literally faster to get caught, mount, and we're here.
That cowering one has definitely seen the stone right.
Although, can you disguise me?
This
There we go. Okay, we're good.
Get on with it. She threatened to throw him into the maw. Better him than me.
The maw? Oh, we better beat feet if we want to save this bloke. Come on!
I swear to God, why would she throw Holm into the maw? No, I've been thinking about that, and we actually came up with a pretty clever... And I do say we, it was a group effort. I don't get full credit on it. We came up with a way to actually have the constructed afterlives of the Shadowlands exist in our Warcraft. But at the end of the day, screw it.
Running out of realm.
So, I'm just going to say no. And that is freely and openly my reason. Screw it.
Look! There's home!
What does your master seek, Dreadlord?
He's
Answer me!
not a Dreadlord. What are you doing?
Please! There has been a terrible misunderstanding!
Oh, more of your wretched kind! I will slay you all myself!
We literally just talked, lady. Literally. It was the quest right before this. Do I? Okay, fine. Okay. Like, okay.
This is no place for... I will Ardenweald. Why are you in Revendreth?
We seek night warriors who passed beyond the veil.
Explain.
What can I do for you?
And we found Holden. Conveniently, he was just with the person we needed help with the ritual. I love it when things work out, don't you?
What fun you're about to have.
By the way, it skipped over that because bugs, but she was the Night Warrior.
Leave this place before it claims you.
I will kill you all. Explain yourself. Oh no, Mr. Red. Not only have I played fighting games, I have read comic books. They both do the exact same thing. Literally, the exact same thing. So hang on, let me get on a flight path and I'll explain what Mr. Red is bringing up, because he's right. It still doesn't fit, but he is right. Hang on. Is it right here? Yep, there it is.
My master did say to serve ever.
Okay, so I want you to imagine for a moment that I walk up to Mr. Red. I'm like, hey, Mr. Red, what's going on? Mr. Red's like, sup? So listen, I need to tell you, the latest highlight reel is going to be a little bit delayed, just by a few days. You're going to delay it? By a few days? I will prove to you that no one makes a mockery of me. Mr. Red's like, oh yeah? Then why didn't you come on and bring it? Round 1. Fight! And you gotta have the ha's. It's very important to say yeah. It helps channel your ki. What? That's all stupid. Finish him. And I rip off Mr. Red's head, and his spine is dangling there. And then it cuts to me, and I'm like, you just got Lord. Or whatever my stupid victory quote is. And then we get back to the cutscene. Mr. Red's fine, of course. It's like, it's okay. It'll just take a couple more days. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. You want to go grab a bite to eat? Yeah, sure. That's it. That's it. That would actually be nice, Baron. It's such an old trope at this point. The reason I bring up comics is because it's the excuse fight, right? No, there's actual logic in it, if you can believe it. Hear me out, okay? So here's the logic. You can't always have superheroes fight supervillains, and occasionally you want to see what would happen, you know, if superhero A and superhero B end up fighting each other. So you need to have superheroes fight each other. The problem is most superheroes have no logical in-universe reason to fight each other. So they come up with the excuse to have superheroes go after each other. But the thing is, you need to get on with the plot after that. We need to go back to the status quo. And in earlier comics, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, back in like the 60s and 70s, there were several comics where it was like mind control. Oh no, I've been controlled. Or the kryptonite, which has turned Superman evil for this episode, and so forth and so on, right? But over time, the excusives have gotten less. Like, originally some effort was put into making a dumb plot reason for why they'd fight each other. And nowadays they don't even bother. It's just, we gotta fight now. And then they do, and then they move on.
You have our gratitude, Stonewright. Tyrande is in dire need of aid. My long slumber has ended.
I should admit I'm also generalizing. I've seen some good excuse fights and some bad excuse fights. It also is not limited to fighting games or comic books. The single biggest reason I disliked the story of Mega Man X5 is because half of the boss fights are excuse fights. And it really irritated me. We had hoped to gather more Nightwares, but I'll have to proceed and hope it's enough. Before we begin, we must finish preparations. Please bring these last few items.
The cycle must be...
Please accept this welcome gift from the
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No need to trouble yourself.
Oh, silly me. Here, this one is much better.
This will suffice. Let us proceed.
God damn it, Moonberry. Stop being awesome.
Come this way.
How dare you? Stop it. I'm happily giving tons of negatives to this terrible, terrible patch. By the way, you notice that Ardenweald continues to be one of the best of the factions? For some goddamned reason? Where's the Grove? Where am I going? Oh god, I don't even know my destination. Where's the Grove of Awakening? Like, they were going down here, but I don't have a destination and my quest is actually broken. Well, shoot, I'm at a crossroads now. Literally. Ellie's so heavy. Actually, I have, Baron. On camera, even. Wasn't a review. It was a while ago, but I did. I want to go back through Endless Legends someday. The first time I played it on camera, I thought it was a 4X game. And so I was playing it wrong, for lack of a better way to put that. I think I can enjoy it now, knowing now that I actually know what the game is about and how to approach it better. No, see, it kind of isn't, Baron. That's the point. The ticking clock is a major mechanic in the game that more or less mandates that you don't take your time. I played it like at any other 4X game. Build up, you know, build up your forces, build up your infrastructure, build up your research, and then by then the cold had pretty much overwhelmed me, and I just fell apart. I didn't realize it was getting worse every season.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night. Arden Our preparations are complete, Thernax.
It is time. Let us begin.
Choose your next words very carefully.
This place is very blue. Wait, you were a Night Warrior in life? Obviously, I would not be here helping you now. I suppose you wish to know how I ended up in Revendreth. After I was granted Elun's dark gift, I fed my rage with my losses and then my victories. I protected my people. I killed the ones who harmed us, then their allies, then the ones who hadn't stopped our enemies or who stood by, then the ones I hadn't thought acted quickly enough, and so on. I erased whole societies from my world and left nothing but ruin in my wake. After all, if nothing was left to harm us, we couldn't be hurt. That is straight up the freaking founders. In the end, the only thing left to threaten my people was me. I was killed by a friend who too wished to protect our people. Only in Revendreth, after much contemplation, did I come to understand the depth of my wrath and the gravity of my sins. I learned from my experience to help others with their own.
I have harvested enough warriors to know the futility of war.
My people were preyed upon and exploited. I asked Elun for vengeance. The double-edged blade was granted. I became what others feared in the night. I kept my city safe for a time. Such power is not meant for mortals. The blade cuts both ways. In Maldraxxus, I honed myself to perfection. Also, I'm sorry. Khalik also has the crown, the flower crown. We don't. We're free.
My long slumber has ended.
I remember this power. A double-edged sword.
Seldom have I seen a mortal wield such rage.
Elun, Ramashanala Fasimana Melia Morana!
Chandras, maintain your hold on her.
Mindo, please, you must calm yourself.
Anu Torini Ashka!
Tyrande, do not lose yourself to anger.
Ashal Lerinas!
I don't think she's listening.
The Night Warrior's fury will annihilate us. Contain it!
Mawwalker, aid me!
Man, I've been wanting to beat up Tyrande for years. Let's go! Jokes aside, I do actually like the idea that the only one here who can actually deal with Tyrande at this level of power is us. Not Yazara. Not the frickin' Stone Right. Not the local lord.
Her strength grows. It overwhelms her.
That's not good.
No! She is absorbing even more of Elun's power!
That is really not good. The force Tyrande wields threatens to consume her, and will leave this grove devastated. My queen, we need your help.
My sister's power in my forest. I will have answers. How dare you come here, sister? After our cries for aid went unheard, unanswered.
I heard your cries, felt your pain, and in the wake of tragedy, sent forth the cascade of souls to sustain you. Oh,
tree. All who perished there were claimed by the Maw.
Then I have condemned my favored children.
How did you not know that?
By our hand, we may yet guide their souls unto their spring, starting with this one.
Tyrande invoked me. She must choose. Vengeance or renewal.
Hey, Blade Taval, you there? How would she not? She clearly has a connection to the afterlives, given how frequently she peeks in here. How in God's name is anyone not aware of what's been happening with the Maw over the last 2 years? This is not a recent event. If I sent a letter, which was carried by a person on a horse, it would still reach them before that. That's another thing. Bwonsamdi knew. No, really, he did. He actually specifically mentions how he's been keeping souls from the Maw, not allowing them to cross over, because he knows all the souls are going to the Maw. Like, that's actually a legit plot point. It's why Mwazalo is so pissed at him. Now, I know what you're about to say, Maverick, and you're right. Bwonsamdi is better than Elune. I'll agree with that. More than a few, Pillars of Snow.
Our sacred charge remains unchanged.
My sister, after all this time, she did not abandon me. The barest of a smile graces the Winter Queen's face before it's gone. She turns her attention to you with the weight of eons. Attend me, Hordor. Take my sister's tear and come with it to the heart of the forest.
Mother, is it you? I am myself again. What I have seen this day, I can scarcely believe. I was present for every moment, and yet outside myself. As much a witness as you were. So much beauty in her voice, and sorrow as well. The tear was mine as much as hers. The Winter Queen spoke of a purpose for the souls of our people. What did she mean? That Elune did not tell me, daughter.
But
not yet.
It'll be in Dragonflight. That's why I'm only giving it one negative, Maverick. Because it's the same problem all of Shadowlands has, right? Nobody planned this out when they were planning out stuff that they've already abandoned, and that stuff was stuff that they abandoned when they were planning out the other stuff. And that's not even me exaggerating. That is actually the process of events there. So keep an eye on this tier. It's going to come up again, believe it or not. Also, did you catch that they finally show Elune on camera? Confirm that she's a person, confirm she has a connection to the Winter Queen. Don't define her at all. Now, I know what you're saying. Don't you want her to not be defined? The problem is they're trying to have it both ways. They are confirming that she exists and has a tangible connection and blah, blah, blah. But also that we have no idea what she is. She's so mysterious and spooky. Pick one. Pick one. Elune has been this vague background character for forever. In fact, I pointed this out. Legion is the first time Elune was even confirmed to actually be existing at all.
I am bound to both the...
Through drought and loss, Ardenweald suffered. But together we have saved our home from a terrible darkness. With perseverance and kinship, hope is restored to our groves.
And our hearts as well.
Today, the forest's heart is made whole.
Again. Hold on, isn't just the end of the Covenant campaign?
A new sigil arises.
No, it isn't, because there's a new sigil. I'm confused. Whatever.
For all you have done, mortal, you have my thanks.
And thus the Night Fate campaign is concluded.
My long slumber has
Double
ended.
concluded.
Night embrace you, mortal.
It probably was, Uthor. You're correct, of course. God damn it. But now the Drust! Ah! Quick, spin the wheels. Spin the wheels. The who is Mirstar? Oh, you mean Korthia? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe eels should go to the maw. No, but then we couldn't eat them. So what's really funny, for those of you who are not aware, a huge portion, like 98% of the Shadowlands in terms of quest characters, setting, all that stuff, never going to come up again, right? Believe it or not, the cutscene we just saw is... that is legitimately the beginning of a character arc and a plot arc, both. Which is just weird to think about. But it continues to the trend of Ardenweald being the exception. Yeah, exactly, Maverick. It's like that, and yeah, as Wenlock says, that's, an entire patch is going to be centered around the cutscene we just saw. Bizarrely. Where's the... God, I can never find Korthia. There it is. And who knows, we might actually see a future in which Tyrande is a character. I know, it's shocking. I'm shocked, too. That is a good question, Mr. Red. By Mr. Red, I mean Mr. Baron. What's your new name?
The hour of battle is upon us.
Ah, good. The Queen's sigil's restored, and with that, we're much closer to being able to stop Zoval.
The Covenants must stand. The Winter Queen is bound to her counterpart.
The Mournblade tore a fragment from Uther's soul. Without it, I fear he may never heal.
through sorrow and understanding.
I have seen a vision of where such
Just talking over the Primus.
But retrieving it will prove perilous. The jailer keeps his treasures well guarded.
So, oh, Maverick! Ouch! Ouch! Also disgusting, but we have to laugh. We have to laugh about it. We have to. What else can you do? It is never too soon. What he just said was the Winter Queen is bound to her counterpart in the realms of life. Together they embody the balance of the great cycle. Through sorrow and understanding, the Night Fae sigil has been reborn, and perhaps their kinship as well. Now, I got a theory. I don't want to go too much down this theory right now. I just want to dump it right here because it's relevant. For the longest time, we've all presumed that the Emerald Dream was a prototype. It was a blueprint realm, right? Which is what they used to test things for when they would eventually order Azeroth. There's even a decent amount of evidence that that's true. But in Dragonflight, they hint that the Emerald Dream actually predates the Titans. Now, the significance of that is it would mean that they preempted the Emerald Dream, to use as a blueprint, rather than they created, which is a huge gap. Why is this relevant to the Winter Queen and Elune? Well, if Ardenweald is the realm of death for life, then the Emerald Dream would be the realm of life for life, which would also make that where Elune is probably from. So, both of those kind of fit each other pretty neatly, and would line up with some other events I'm not going to spoil right now that happen in Dragonflight. It's a small change, but it's a critical one that would alter the cosmology a little bit. Anyways, I could see that. Death plus spirit, spirit plus life. But I should probably go ahead and cut off for lunch. I'm not even going to have lunch. I'm just going to, like, not be streaming for a minute. I'll be back in a few minutes.